الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh to all our Muslim viewers worldwide. We're watching, and greetings and welcome to our non-Muslim audience. Today we have an interesting topic, inshallah ta'ala, to discuss with you and to unpack with you on feminism, whether feminism is indeed a blessing or a curse. And of course, we'll be touching upon this topic from Islamic perspective. And with us, we have a distinguished guest, inshallah, a panelist joining us to unpack and to explain and explore this topic in detail and how this is going to affect, how it's affecting now and how affecting the future to come as well. So I just want to say Assalamu alaikum to Ust Hashim. How are you doing today? And how do you think the stream's going to go today?
Yeah, wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, Mansur, and to all the viewers. Alhamdulillah, this is a special stream. We normally don't do a stream if we have done already one during the weekday on a weekend. But because this was quite an important topic and we wanted to make sure that we got the stream in time, and also the special guest or the surprise guest was available today, so we thought we'll do it today. Some of you might have noticed there's a part 1 in the video title. The reason for that is because this is part 1 of the feminism topic. We'll have another part, inshallah, with more surprise guests, because this is quite a big topic, as you know. So we're trying to cover it, maybe not all in this stream, but we'll spread it over 2 streams, inshallah, and more if required. So yeah, alhamdulillah, another good topic, quite a bit controversial, I think, this time. Yes. But inshallah, we'll
inshallah ta'ala. So feminism is something that we will unpack exactly from definition to its outward manifestation. Is it indeed a movement, socio-political, economic movement to ensure the rights and status of women or the equality of the sexes? We will be talking about, inshallah, in terms of how perhaps the movement started from the first wave feminism to currently fourth wave and what it entails, and also touch upon the 3 schools of thought, mainly as they're known, the big 3, for example, the liberal, the social, the radical forms or the schools of thought of feminism. So why is this topic important to us from an Islamic or Muslim perspective? Is because it's affecting the Muslim world, it's affecting the Muslim society, as well as the non-Muslim society at large. So we want to touch upon the very idea of feminism. I mean, can a Muslim be a feminist, for example? I mean, this is something that we need to discuss and explore. What is feminism doing, and what was the need for feminism in the first place? Is it because of, in Western societies mainly, or is it societies at large where women was underprivileged, didn't have the right status or role in the society? Or is there something else going on top of this from the initial, beginning of the movement? Has feminism become a curse in the sense that it has emancipated women to the degree of liberating them in a very secularized, liberalized understanding in which they have been objectifying themselves and considering themselves they can do what they want with their bodies, whether it's to do with marriage and divorce, whether it's to do with abortion, and all that associated with it. And it's important. Why? Because woman is integral to man in any society, and we need to be clearly defining the roles and status of women from a sociological perspective. Otherwise, a society would not function very well. So we want to understand, what does Islam say specifically on the status and the role of women, and how Islam is seen, albeit in a misunderstood way, in the Western eyes or the eyes of a non-Muslim, and what is the real picture of Islam and its presentation of women in society, in culture, or even in the homes. So we'll be touching all of this. I don't want to make it any longer, but there are many things to unpack in terms of reaction to feminism in the Muslim society and how we can actually approach in a balanced way. So we are not presenting ourselves as anti-feminists or pro-feminist. This is something that we'll be exploring in this topic. So who do we have today to discuss this topic, this very important topic with us? Inshallah, without any further ado, it is no other than Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Ustad Daniel.
How
are you, Ustad? It is a pleasure. It's a privilege and an honor to have you on Dawah Wise. We try to get our guests who are very knowledgeable and on the forefront of knowledge and understanding of these topics. And I'm sure our viewers would not only appreciate that we have brought you along, but they will also learn and empower themselves as we go along in this live stream, inshallah, on this very topic, and to see how we can actually approach this topic. If you don't mind, Ustad Daniel, as usual, just briefly introduce yourself to our audience members. I'm sure you don't need any introduction, but still tell us briefly about yourself or what you do and what you're passionate about in terms of the work that you do. Tafaddal.
Bismillah, alhamdulillah, salatu wassalam ala rasulillah. My name is Daniel Haqiqatjou. I'm a online teacher, writer. I have a website, muslimskeptic.com, where myself and others write on topics addressing modernity, current events, and different kinds of doubts and attacks that people have on Islam. I also founded and teach at an institute called LYSSA Institute, which is 100% online, having courses that are dedicated to these major topics that are causing problems for some Muslims in the Ummah on topics like modernity, feminism, liberalism, secularism, atheism, and so forth. So that's just a quick two-second intro. Alhamdulillah.
MashaAllah. Indeed, a pleasure to have you on our panel, Ustad Daniel. Sorry, how do you pronounce your last name? Is Haqiqatjou, is that right? Or some people pronounce it different?
Yeah, Haqiqat. Yeah, Jew. So it's the qaf is hard to pronounce, but it's a qaf.
Haqiqatjou. Okay, that's fine. Jazakallah khair.
Right. So if you don't mind, so we start begin by defining what exactly is feminism, because feminism in some people's mind may be just about the role or the functional role specifically of women in society and whether they're underprivileged or not. And the idea is that there's a movement going along to make a balance. So is feminism that, or is there something else? What exactly is feminism or a feminist? Can a man be a feminist, for example? Are you a feminist? Can I be a feminist? So this is something, if you don't mind defining first of all, and then we talk about it more further, inshallah.
Yeah, feminism is an ideology that originated about 200 years ago. A man can be a feminist because it's an ideology, but it's not about, this is a common misconception, that feminism is about women's rights and supporting women's rights. This is not a correct definition, because every legal system, philosophy, most religions, they have women's rights that are respected. They just differ on what exactly those rights are. So if we're trying to define feminism and give it a definition that applies to all different brands, strains of feminism, then I would say that feminism is the attack on patriarchy, meaning the hierarchy that is in society between men and women. And throughout 99% of all human history, there has been a hierarchy in terms of authority. Men were political leaders. Men were at the head of states. They were at the head of families. They were at the head of communities. And we see this within Muslim societies as well. The Khalifa is a male. The Imam is a male role by definition. Within the family context, the husband and the father is the head of the household, is the Amir. So this is a kind of hierarchy that exists within Islam. It has existed within 99% of all societies. And feminism, all strains of feminism, say that this is actually unjust. This is a system that has to be dismantled. Women have to be at the same level as men. And in fact, there aren't really any genders. So, I mean, on those kinds of questions, on how many genders there might be differences. between different feminists, but all feminist strains agree that this system of men being in positions of authority is wrong and it has to be dismantled. If you disagree with that and you say, no, we should have patriarchy, we should have a hierarchy between men and women, then you cannot be a feminist, right? So you can't really be a Muslim feminist, because if you're a feminist, you don't agree with the society of Muslims, the civilization of Islam for the past however many years, 1400 years, or since the end of the Khilafah. And you can't really agree with the society of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, because in his society, men were in charge. He was, as a man, was at the top of the hierarchy in terms of religious and political authority. And then after him, there were the Khulafa with Abu Bakr, Umar, Uthman, and Ali, radiallahu anhum. So that is something that a feminist will have to reject. And if you reject that, then you can't be a Muslim.
SubhanAllah. Yeah. Is there such a thing as a Muslim feminist? Or is that an oxymoron?
It's oxymoron. So you can have people who try to call themselves feminist, Muslims who will claim to be feminists, or feminists who claim to be Muslim, but what does that really mean? Can you be a Muslim atheist? Can you be a Muslim Christian? What does that actually mean? And then when you interrogate it further, you realize, no, either this person is very confused, or they're hiding something, or they have conflicting beliefs, right? So if you say that I'm a Muslim, but I don't think that the society of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam was correct, I don't think that the husband has authority over the wife, despite what the Quran explicitly says in Surah An-Nisa, Ar-rijalu qawwamuna 'ala an-nisa. Men are maintainers, protectors, and authorities over women. This is explicit within the Quran. So if you reject that ayah, then you cannot be a Muslim. If you accept that ayah, you can't be a feminist. So this is a clear contradiction between the two ideologies, or between Islam and this man-made ideology.
Very interesting. So it's not just a social-political movement. By its nature, it's ideological then, because it's bringing about an ideology in contrast to the ideologies that are emanating from religion. So if it's an ideological movement, what are we going to now say about this Islamic feminists that are all around, or feminism in the Muslim world? Do you think this is coming from ignorance, or is there an underlying movement within the Muslims who are trying to reform Islam and not really following Islam in it from its essence and practice?
Well, there's a lot of things that are going on with that. A lot of it is born from ignorance, as you mentioned, but there's also a deliberate movement to undermine Muslim societies and to actually attack Islam and weaken the basis of Islam in society. And feminism was used in that capacity by the colonizers. When the Muslim world was being colonized by the West, they wanted to attack Islam on the basis of treatment of women. So they would attack things like polygamy. Muslim men can marry multiple wives. They would attack the hijab. Muslim women are oppressed because they have to cover themselves. They would attack gender separation. Muslim women are oppressed because they are separated from the men. These were the lines of attack that were used in order to undermine Islam and to bring an ideological kind of undermining of Islamic morality. And this was used initially by these European colonizers. What ended up happening is that those ideas started to be adopted in Europe itself. So this was a weapon that they were deploying against Muslims, but they kind of received the toxic radiation and got ill from that within their own society. So you had the first wave of feminism, what's called the first wave of feminism, which happened towards the second half of the 19th century. But these first wave feminists were actually coming after the real initial feminists, who were these European colonizers, these men who initially used these feminist ideas as a weapon against Muslims. But now, with the first wave, you had figures who were attacking European society and saying that the church, the same thing that is oppressing Muslim women, is oppressing us European women as well, because the church also has these rules and requires us to dress a certain way and to not have certain kinds of public positions, and on and on and on. So that was the first wave of feminism, and then it just continued to devolve from there. So I don't understand how Muslims can accept feminism when it has been used in the past as a weapon against Islam and against Muslim society, and it continues to be used as a weapon against Muslims and Islam. And this is very explicit in when you look at the public documents within the United States coming from the State Department, within the executive branch of the government. They'll be explicit in their memos and their documentations that we have to have programs, gender programs, feminist programs. We have to target Muslim women if we want to win the ideological war against Islam. This is very explicit in what they're saying. And there's a big controversy because this past year, there was a stimulus bill that Congress passed, the stimulus providing money to U.S. citizens. And part of that stimulus package included $10 million for Pakistan. For gender programs. And there was kind of an outrage in the US because people are suffering because of lockdowns and so forth. Why are you sending $10 million or 10 million or 10 billion to Pakistan for gender programs? What are you trying to do in Pakistan? So they're trying to spread feminism as a weapon as an ideological weapon for the interests of the West.
Absolutely. So I think there's a Aurat March or Women's March, I think every year nowadays, now since a few years now. It happens probably on Women's Day. What do you see as the main dangers to society and the Muslim community in particular when you have this Western influence Muslim feminists who come out and march with different placards which state something like my body, my choice, these kind of slogans, which are influenced obviously by the feminism. I don't know which wave we are in now, probably the fourth wave or something like that. Perhaps you could also elaborate on the different waves and what the difference are between them, inshallah.
Yeah, sure. So first wave focused on the question of women's participation in public life in terms of voting, holding elected positions and so forth. It was also very bitterly anti-religion, Christianity specifically, but their main belief that was espoused was that Christianity is a patriarchal religion that has been oppressing women for centuries, so we have to actually destroy Christianity. That they were very explicit and extreme right from the beginning in the first wave, and this was in the 19th century, so the 1800s. The second wave, they became more theoretical. So you had figures who start questioning language, saying things like, "Well, why do we use the pronoun he instead of she?" Or why do we say, police officer or policeman instead of police officer? Because this is misogynistic, this is discriminating. And you had books like The Second Sex, which talked about this kind of dynamic. Simone de Beauvoir is the author, and she was a French post-structuralist theorist. She was also she molested children, actually, that came out later. You find many of these French intellectuals in the 20th century turned out to be pedophiles, but she was a very prominent second wave feminist, and this was her main critique. Like, even within the language that we use, we are constructing the authority of men. And so this is where the idea of the, genders are a construction, patriarchy is a construction. You think that women should be delicate and motherly and gentle. Well, this is just a cultural bias. Women can be tough and strong and harsh, just like men. And the only reason that you don't recognize that is because you've been influenced by your culture. So this kind of social constructionism, cultural relativism comes in the second wave. And then in the third wave, they get even more abstract and more theoretical. They say that, well, gender as a whole is a construction, and sex is a construction. So you can't really say that there's a biological male or a biological female. These are also just inventions of a particular culture. So this is third wave feminism. They become sex positive. LGBT becomes much more prominent in the third wave, because they say that, look, just like there is this construction of biological gender, even being attracted to a certain gender, this is just cultural. There's no reality, no objective reality to it. So this opens the door for homosexuality and transgenderism to take hold. And then now they say, well, that we might be in the fourth wave with intersectional feminism, and it's not really much of a different insight. It's just saying that, well, feminists or women are also oppressed when it comes to not just their sex, but also their race or their ethnicity, their socioeconomic class. So that's the latest layer, and that's led to the social justice movement that we see now, taking over in the West and increasingly leaking into the Muslim world as well.
Okay, all right. Just want to briefly touch on the first wave. I mean, what we see normally, as described in just general literature, the first wave is to do with women's public participation, to have her vote granted. Now, this is only a matter or a phenomenon that is from the West or the Christian culture, or maybe something along this line, right? What is the Islamic understanding of women's participation in public sphere? Did Muslim women have the right to participate in public? Did they have this say, like what we consider to be a vote in the earlier times, from the time of Muhammad and within the few generations? Or is it something like, what they're saying, like all cultures, all religious ideologies share the same thoughts or beliefs on this matter in terms of women's status and role in public sphere?
Well, we don't see this in the time of the Prophet ﷺ with women being publicly visible. After the verses of the hijab were revealed to the Prophet ﷺ, after a few years of hijrah being within Medina, the ayat of hijab were revealed, and this creates a very distinct separation between men and women. And women are supposed to cover themselves when they're in public, and generally they are not allowed to mix with men. And this means that you don't have women who are in the same gatherings. So you have the Prophet ﷺ, when he is consulting with Abu Bakr and Umar and all the other Sahaba, there's no women, also in the same gathering, putting in their 2 cents. The Prophet ﷺ did consult his wives. He did do shura with his wives, and sometimes he would ask what their opinions were. So it wasn't like they had no voice, but they were not in the same kind of public gathering. And this is not the case just for Islam and Muslims. This is something that you see throughout history. Again, 99% of human history. And it continues in the majority of societies today. In fact, there's a news article recently about Japan, where Japan actually has allowed for the first time women to come to their legislature and their parliament meetings within Japan. Prior to this, the women were not allowed. So now they have a couple of women representatives. There's dozens of Japanese legislators, and then they have a couple of women come, but they're not allowed to speak. The women are not allowed to speak. So this is news about Japan. This is I didn't see much criticism of Japan or much attack on Japan because of this kind of news item, and many people might not have heard about it. But this is the reality for the majority of the world, and has been for the majority of history. And in Islam, it's the same thing. So when it comes to the first wave of feminists, they would have a big problem a big problem with the seerah of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam and the most basic history of Islam.
MashaAllah. Would you say that it's right for when the feminists say that it is the fault of the men who put us in this situation in the first place, who actually suppress our rights, who had abused our rights to even vote? Would you put blame on certain men who actually were somehow suppressing women or showing this misogyny in the community? And this goes both in the West and also in the East.
Well, I mean, what rights? We have to define what rights we're talking about. So a feminist might have the complaint that, well, I think it's unfair and unjust that only a man can be the imam or the khatib to give the khutbah at the masjid on Fridays. This is a position of privilege that is restricted to only men. This is unjust. Okay? You might have feminists there are feminists actually who say this very strongly, and they say that this is abuse and this is a taking away from our rights. So if someone says that, if a feminist says that, then what should our response be? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the rights of both men and women is something, the gender roles is something what I would expect to be defined by the Creator, by God Almighty, rather than leave it to us who are flawed to make such, to even be just in such situation. Because obviously, if you're a man, you're going to be biased from your perspective, and if you're a woman, you're going to be biased from their perspective. And this is something that we leave the roles of both men and women to be defined by God Almighty. And I think Allah does, and Allah and His Rasul both actually haven't just left us without any, without any light, basically enlightening us with this kind of roles between the genders. So we don't end up in a situation like we are today, where the women have to go through several waves, and even then the situation hasn't improved. Because if you look at I don't know, maybe this could be a question to you, like, do you think since the feminist movement, have there been any positive change in the society which they live in?
No, the whole point that I was trying to make at the beginning was the feminist movement was a weapon. The whole point of feminism is to destroy. The whole point of feminism is to undermine and create chaos in society, to undermine the family structure of a husband and a wife and children. And feminists have been explicit about this from the very first wave. The family institution needs to be destroyed, and we have to recreate it to be more equal, to preserve a kind of equality that we define. And so you really hit the nail on the head when you say that, well, this is just based on your whims and desires. God, the Creator, Allah, and His Messenger, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, are the ones who define what is best for human beings and what the rights of men and women really are. So there hasn't been any progress, quote unquote, because feminism's whole mission is to destroy, and things have only devolved. The situation now, women today are depressed and sad to a much greater extent than they were in the past, even 50 years ago, not to mention 100 years ago, 500 years ago, 1400 years ago. And as Muslims, this is a very basic truth that we have to accept, that women in the time of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and whenever the Sharia of Islam is applied correctly and in full, that is the best situation for women. That is the most just situation for women and men, and that is going to lead to the most happiness in the dunya and in the akhirah. And as soon as you start deviating from that, then that's when problems are going to arise. Is it true that there are some Muslim men who will abuse women or will mistreat their wives or their sisters or their mothers? Yes, of course, that has existed now, and it's even existed in the time of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. But the way to address that kind of abuse is through Islam, through applying Islam correctly. fully, comprehensively, not adopting these ideologies which are really weapons to destroy human life in general, not just Muslim life. So when people say that, well, women are turning to feminism, Muslim women are turning to feminism because they've been abused. I think that, well, there are Muslims who have turned to atheism. They have left Islam because they had some problem. There are Muslims who left Islam and became Christians because they had some problem, or Hindus because they had some problem. I mean, so what? That has happened. Does happen, unfortunately, with some people. But that doesn't mean there's some legitimacy to what they have turned to, despite the fact that, yes, they may have been abused. Yes, they very well may have encountered some problems. In the reality, though, I think that many of the feminists today, if not the majority, who are from Muslim backgrounds, they have turned to feminism because of a misunderstanding, because they've been indoctrinated. They've been adopting these kinds of feminist views of what are rights and what is equality mean, and all of this ideological baggage that they then try to impose on Islam or project on Islam. Their concerns, though, many of them have nothing to do with Islam, and it's actually driving them more and more to apostasy and to leaving Islam.
Very interesting. So do you consider that feminists themselves are even not understanding even the scientific basis of the gender differences, and they're trying to say, no, this doesn't, no, there is no real science behind the difference between how a woman's mind or brain is, wired compared to a man, and so on, or even the pathophysiological differences that leads to how women and men work in a society. I mean, we're talking about hundreds and thousands of years of human history. But how can they say that this is all social construct? Is it deliberately ignoring the science of the differences between the two genders?
Yeah, I mean, it's completely nonsense. You're putting it very well when you say that they're just ignoring. Like, how can you ignore? It's science, okay? If you respect science, then it's very clear that there are major differences across genders, and you don't even have to look at, look at these studies that are pointing to all these different cultures across the world. If it's a culture, if gender is a cultural construction, then why do we see the same things across cultures, right? Men tend to be bigger physically. Men tend to have an increase in certain kinds of hormones like testosterone over women. Women have more estrogen as opposed to men. Biologically, physically, physiologically, psychologically, in terms of personality, men tend to be more aggressive. Men tend to be more outspoken. Men tend to be more competitive. All the way, and you see this across cultures. You also see these kinds of distinctions in childhood, right? Before you can indoctrinate, okay, if the feminists were correct and gender was just a social construction, you should be able to see that little boys and girls are pretty much identical, because there hasn't been enough time to indoctrinate them or condition them into certain kinds of gender biases. But you don't see that. You see vast differences between the way that boys and girls behave from a very young age, from just a few months old. And then look at the animal kingdom. Do animals have culture? Do animals have like cultural conditioning? Yet you see big differences between male and female species, organisms within a species. Why? Why is that? Because there's an objective basis to this gender distinction. And Allah says in the Qur'an that the male is not like the female, and that He has created everything in pairs. Okay, so if you're a feminist and you say that this is just a social construction that has no basis in reality, and we can engineer it however we want, then you're going clearly against the Quran. You're going very clearly against the Quran and the Sunnah.
Exactly, and that's the very when we look at the Sharia itself, and the basis of legislation in the Sharia, taking this difference in perspective, because Islam doesn't want to burden woman or man in the roles that they're not able to fulfill appropriately. So there is clearly a role-based differentiation between men and women based on what they are and their makeup. So when we talk about, for example, how Islam provides different roles within the society for men and women to play their part, it's based on these differences. So if you don't find women are asked to go, for example, in a way that only fits man to do that. And in fact, isn't that the case even today in a secular society or in a feminist, society, where the work that men do, for example, whether it's to do with going into physical labor and so on, men are still the most prominent of the two genders, rather than women. I mean, of course, there are women, constructors and those who go into this physical labor, but it seems to be prominently men. So when Islam gives them the woman's role and associate rights with it, it doesn't mean that Islam is diminishing the rights of women or making them inferior. In fact, it's appropriate to their context in what role they're playing. The question of right comes in because that's one of the waves they're talking about, from the very beginning of their right to vote and participate in public sphere, to get their legal rights, right to own property, right to have a divorce, and so on. Hasn't Islam already made provision for these things from the very beginning, recognizing the distinction between man and women?
Yeah, of course. There are distinctions between men and women. I mean, you put it so well, mashallah. There are these kinds of distinctions between men and women that we don't even know about. Like the science has not discovered yet, and people just aren't aware of. But these subtleties are known by Allah, correct? And He knows everything, and this is the basis of His complete knowledge that He legislates within the Sharia, these guidelines within Islam. So I'll give you a very interesting example when it comes to the Me Too movement. The Me Too movement, if you've heard of this, began because of rampant harassment that women face in the workplace. Rampant harassment that women are facing in the workplace, and these women were accusing men of harassing them and pressuring them and bullying them, all kinds of disgusting behavior that was now being openly discussed by these women in the Me Too movement. And what ended up happening, there was kind of a reaction where a lot of these men in corporate America, for example, decided that, look, I cannot privately meet with any women, and I cannot go on work or business dinners one-on-one with women. Before I would, but now I'm not going to do that because either I could be falsely accused of harassment, or maybe I get tempted and fall into some kind of inappropriate behavior. So I'm going to avoid those kinds of situations. I'm going to make sure I am only professional when speaking to the opposite sex. So, and then feminists actually complained about these kinds of behaviors as well, because they say, oh, okay, if I'm not going to meet with you privately and you're not going to let me come to these dinner parties with you, then I'm losing my career advancement possibilities. So they actually complained, but the men were strict and said, no, we have to have this kind of policy because of the possibility of inappropriate behavior or harassment or whatever. So it's so interesting that these things which Islam prescribes, Islam is very clear on separating the genders, not having this kind of inappropriate mixing, right? Because even if you don't intend to say something inappropriate, or you don't have the intention to do something sexual with the opposite sex, just because being in an environment, you can be tempted, right? And this is what the Prophet ﷺ says, that there isn't a man and a woman alone together, that the third is not shaitan. Right? The temptation is there, and we're human beings, so we don't know if we can control ourselves in every given situation. So the reality of the lack of control and the reality of temptation was proven so clearly for the West with this Me Too movement, and it really had a huge impact, the destructive impact, and on society with the lack of trust. But Islam had this guidance from the beginning without having to go through this kind of learning process, right? So this is actually a proof. I mentioned this as a proof of the truth of Islam, right? Because of this entire Western society fumbling its way to kind of figure out a couple of guidelines, a couple of rules after so much pain and destruction and harm and societal upheaval with the Me Too movement, and you still don't have a clear picture of what is the real issue here. But this guidance came in the Quran very clearly came with the hadith of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam and the teaching of the ulama over centuries. So how can this be man-made? How can Islam be fake or false if your entire civilization and society couldn't figure out and can't compute the right solution, but the right solution came to one man, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam?
Absolutely. Do you believe that this rights of equality that the feminists demand, do you think there is any sincerity in that, or is it selective? Like, for example, I believe Ust Mansur mentioned about the number of men who go to war far exceeds that of women. I mean, it might be like 99% men, maybe 1% women. Same thing with like during the when there was coal mining during the industrial era. Again, it was mainly men who used to go in this really dangerous mines, coal mines. I mean, you would not see any feminist stand up and be an activist to call out like we need more women to be in the army or more miners to be to go in the coal mines if it was mining today, because we see even like in other fields as well, like for example the STEM field, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Even in the Nordic countries, like the Scandinavian countries, which rate really high on the happiness index, and where the men and women enjoy freedom, which is far exceeds any other countries. Even over there, the number that represents in the field of STEM is much lower today. Why do you think this disparity and this selective, choosing of equality is there in these moments? Or if that's not true, or if it's true, please let us please elaborate on that, inshallah.
Yeah, I think that it's very interesting that the feminist movement itself really didn't emphasize workplace equality in the 19th century. Why? Because most work at that time was manual labor, right? Was difficult, hard labor. And so the workplace equality and making sure that there was equal number of men and women working in the labor force was not really a big priority with the first wave of feminism. In fact, it wasn't really mentioned often at all. It only became an issue after World War II with the second and third wave of feminism, that we need to have equal representation, equal pay in the workplace. Why did that happen? Well, it conveniently corresponds with the increase in the number of white-collar jobs. So as jobs become more comfortable and more jobs are in air-conditioned buildings, sitting in an office chair in front of a computer or in front of a typewriter, whatever the case may be, then now there's more of a push that we want women to be equal to men, equally represented in the workplace. But as you mentioned, they're not pining for these kinds of jobs. Digging ditches, going to war, building houses. All the infrastructure within any country is built by men. Okay, 99%. The statistics are very clear on this. Why? Why should that be the case? And you don't really see feminists making a big deal about that. They are making a big deal about corporate and executive representation. So where's the equality or the concern for equality there? And the other thing that you're mentioning about STEM, I mean, it's very interesting. Like, why is it that these countries that are so supposedly more advanced and supposedly more or less misogynistic, like in these Nordic countries, why is there more of a disparity in terms of gender? What kind of jobs women pursue. Fewer are going into STEM as opposed to the more misogynistic countries. And the explanation for that is that, well, when you give women this kind of choice and you don't pressure them to go into STEM, to go into science and engineering, and then they don't want to do that from their own choice. They're not interested in those kinds of jobs. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing. We're not saying that, yeah, more women should go into STEM. That's not what they're interested in, and that's coming from a biological difference, and that's why you see the same thing across all of these different countries, across all of these cultures and religions. It's biological.
Absolutely, yeah. What do you make of this ayah in the Quran where Allah says, "And do not wish for that by which Allah has made some of you exceed others, for men is a share of what they have earned, and for women is a share of what they have earned, and ask Allah of His bounty." This is Surah An-Nisa, verse number 32. Sorry, didn't have space to put it there. 432.
Yeah, this is very clear guidance for men and women. Allah has given us very clear roles and very clear responsibilities, but at the end of the day, Allah is going to reward everyone according to His mercy. According to His mercy and according to His wisdom. But if I pray salah and my wife prays, if everything is the same between us in terms of the correctness of our salah, meeting all the requirements, having the same level of khushu', having the same level of gratitude to Allah, presence of mind, and so forth, everything is equal, then Allah will reward us to the same extent. There's no gender preference. Just because I'm a man, I'm going to be rewarded more. And just because she's a female, she will be rewarded less. So this is the kind of spiritual equality that Islam has been very consistent on from the very beginning of Revelation. And you don't see that in other religions, frankly. You don't see that in Christianity, where there has been a debate, even within some Christian philosophers, have questioned whether women even have souls. This is something that Christians have debated. Hindus have also debated this. Buddhists, they're extremely misogynistic on a spiritual level. And that's not something that we have in Islam. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah. If I just may touch upon on this. So when we look at the prescription Islam provides for men and women in society and how they should, play their parts in a mutual way, being, as the Quran describes how men or the husband and wives are libas to each other, libas like a garment of each other, the closeness. So men and women, of course, we cannot ignore one from the other. They both play their parts in building the society, in nurturing the society, in making the society to flourish. In fact, the best education is provided at home at the very beginning, and that comes with the mothers, and I think this is universally understood. And when these are taken away, and we can see the impact that's happening with children's education when they're being detached from their mothers. It's a huge debate that's going on in terms of putting children in nursery and not really educating to what you think are the real ideals and values that the child should develop and uphold from the very beginning. Because when you send them to nursery, they will be indoctrinated at the very, very beginning in their life stage. So the prescription Islam provides, so when we talk about what has to do with, how men and women should get married or not get married, in terms of the relationship they should have, intimate relationship, should be within marriage or not, whether more than one woman can be married by a man, polygamy, in terms of how women should, go out in public, out about, that she have to wear in a particular attire because that is less molesting for her, in terms of how women can receive inheritance when the father or the mother passes away. Is she able to divorce or not? So all of these, in terms of the lives in a public and individual level, hasn't Islam provided the right prescription which is appropriate for her, rather than Muslims or Muslim feminists trying to say, we want equal rights on all of this, equality. I mean, just imagine when the family structure of the Islamic household, where man is providing everything for the woman, whether it's for the mother or the sister or the wife or the daughter. She doesn't have to do anything. She'll be all taken care of financially. And yet they're demanding equal rights of inheritance, for example, when Islam provides a solution in which, it's different. So how would you approach this to a Muslim feminist to make them understand this aspect of Islam and its Islamic prescription in all affairs of women's life and role, bearing in mind what we've just said about the status of woman, because her status in the eyes of God is the same as the status of a man. They're both equal spiritually. But when it comes to in roles of other spheres of life, into the day-to-day living, there are differences.
Well, explaining it to different people will have different requirements, but the basic thing for Muslims to recognize is to have trust in Allah. Trust Allah and His Messenger sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Trust the scholarly tradition to accurately preserve and convey the teaching of Islam. Trust that, and be very skeptical of anything that conflicts, because nowadays, because of the influence of modernism, because of these $10 million gender programs, there's a lot of money involved in selling out your religion and starting to, maybe we need to reform, maybe we need to change this, maybe we need to change that. Use the scholarly tradition as a benchmark. Okay, if you really want to know what Islam says about women, don't pick up a book that was written 5 years ago or 10 years ago or 50 years ago. Go further back. What are the great luminaries of this deen? The ulama. What is Imam Ghazali, Imam Ibn Taymiyyah, Imam Ibn al-Qayyim saying about women in their books? And read it comprehensively. Don't cherry pick. See what the tradition as a whole is saying to understand these important topics, not just about gender, but about all Islamic topics, because you have to have that trust that the tradition is properly conveying the message over time from the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam and ultimately from Allah. So that's number one, having this kind of submission. Do you have true submission? Or are you going to allow your whims and desires and biases and prejudices dictate what you think is right or wrong? Because everyone, and I went through this growing up, you go through a awakening process and a realization that, wow, so much of what I learned about life is actually false. So much of what society overall is telling me is true and false, right and wrong, is actually nonsense. And I need to go back to a fundamental source of truth. And when you go through that process of self-discovery, you have to make sure that you're anchored to something solid that will lead you to the ultimate goal, which is salvation, which is to be able to be judged by Allah and ultimately saved by Him and going to Jannah, inshallah. So that's really, if we understand that is so important. When it comes to these issues, you mentioned a long list of things that are in Islam where there's seeming inequality, and all of those, every single one, can be shown using basic reasoning why it is superior, it is the better way, it is the more moral way to do things, as opposed to what we find in this dystopia in which we currently live called the modern world. And I develop these kinds of arguments in my writing and my teaching at LYSSA, at Muslim Skeptic, and all of them. You just thinking about them over time, you gain so much appreciation for the hikmah, the wisdom of Islam, and it's so clear that it's from Allah and it's not a man-made ideology that someone has compared. It's like it's a very childlike mentality to think that, oh, if this men get X, women have to get X. Men get Y, women have to get Y. We need to have exactly mirror equality. That's like a child's, the way the child's mind would work. Or everything is a social construction. Everything is, just made up by your culture and you're just biased about this and that. That is a very childlike mentality. But when we look at Islam and the nuances and the details of how women are treated as opposed to men, as encapsulated in fiqh, in jurisprudence and ethics of Islam, and ultimately the Sharia, the wisdom is there in the details. And all of these can be explained. If you want me to go into an example, we can look at hijab. I just did a video on hijab. Like, why is it that women are covered in Islam, or they're supposed to cover themselves, but not men? This is unequal. This is unjust. But it's very obvious. Men are different than women. Men are very visual creatures, number one. Okay, and women don't necessarily understand this. How is it that, what does it mean that when men are visual creatures? It's very strange, like, to be a man, actually. And the reality is, men can have a flood of sexual thoughts that they can't control, that will just come into their minds just upon seeing something, just upon seeing exposed flesh. That's the nature that we have biologically. And it varies with testosterone, actually. This is something that varies with testosterone. So there have been people, or there have been experiments that show that a person, you take out testosterone, or you add in testosterone, injecting testosterone, and suddenly they're just bombarded with sexual thoughts that they can't control, even at the most seemingly innocuous things, like, oh, I just saw someone's ankle and I was flooded with these sexual thoughts. So this is something that is biologically a reality, and it's not something that can be controlled, like, oh, Western non-Muslims, we can control our emotions and we don't have sexual thoughts whenever we see this and that. No, it's not. You're just lying to yourselves. The reality is that this is how all men are. And so covering that is, and just the process of lowering the gaze as well, causes or protects you from so much fitna, so much fahisha, so much possibility of zina, right? Zina is such a huge problem, and that's a whole separate lecture that we can give on the damage and the destruction caused by zina. But the gateway to zina is the eyes, the looking, which looking leads to thoughts, and thoughts lead to intentions, and intentions lead to actions, and actions can lead to hellfire. So first of all, biology, basic biology, but then also look at the animal kingdom, and there's more like that you can see as parallels with human beings, because animals are also a creation of Allah. And with many species, you see this idea of mate guarding, where the male will guard his female mate. Why? Because he doesn't want his female mate to be harmed. He doesn't want her to be molested. He doesn't want her to be attacked or stolen or taken by other men or other males. This is mate guarding. It's something that's biological. It's very important. And if the male suspects that his female is cheating on him, basically, then he loses confidence that his children are really his children. And when he loses that confidence, then the feelings that he has for his children or the offspring is not as much, right? And in the animal kingdom, the male may abandon the female and abandon his children if he suspects, just through instinct, that those offspring are not really his. They're the offspring of another male. And this kind of feelings and nature and instinct can also be found in humans. And this is something that is a great wisdom in guarding the mate, guarding the female, preventing zina, preventing the possibility of children not being yours, okay, because your spouse has cheated on you, or has fallen into some, or has been sexually assaulted or molested. Okay, this is all to the benefit of your family, to the benefit of your marriage, to the benefit of society as a whole, because the more families that are stable and are producing children, and children who are loved and cared for and have stronger bonds, that's going to benefit all of society. And if you don't have that, you're going to have societal collapse. Families are going to collapse. Civilization is going to collapse. And this is what we see in the modern world today, in the modern West. So this is just, we can talk on and on about just one thing like hijab. and the wisdoms and the benefit of hijab that Islam has legislated, that Allah has legislated, and it's based on the complete knowledge of the way that human beings are created, the way that Allah has created us.
Yeah, I think hijab is actually a very important point in the discussion with feminists, because that's the visible presence that they can see when a woman goes outside in the Muslim countries. So they would take that as a sign of oppression to make sure the Muslim woman takes it off. I mean, isn't it interesting recently what we've heard in France, that, you know, a girl under the age of 18, she is not allowed, that the French voted in the Senate that she can't put a hijab on, and yet the age of consent is trying to be lowered, like 15 or something like this. I mean, you can have, you know, intimacy, but you can't wear a hijab under the age of 18. I mean, what is this going on? I mean, shall we just touch upon this a bit? Because this seems to be the ideal, you know, the liberation and emancipation of women, what they're after. You know, take off the hijab, and now you become free, and now you have the equal rights and status.
Yeah, it's completely illogical and incoherent. So, we're not going to gain anything by trying to understand what the French think or the logic that they're trying to use or lack thereof. So yeah, it's completely ridiculous, and it just shows their animosity to Muslims, and that their real attempt is to assimilate, try to get Muslims to assimilate by brute force. And I really hope that it doesn't get worse. I just pray for the Muslim brothers and sisters in France that Allah protect them from these kinds of secular tyrants.
So how does removing the hijab emancipates women? I mean, I'm trying to understand this. I mean, in the West, for example, when they take off clothes, do they feel that they now have equal status with men, and they're now not anymore oppressed because they can wear whatever they want?
Well, I think it emancipates women in the sense that it allows them to indulge in their desires, because women do have this desire to expose themselves and to show themselves, show their beauty. This is a kind of natural instinct that women have, in the same way that men have the instinct to look and to see. Women have the instinct to show and to reveal. These are base desires, and it's a test. That, are you going to follow your base desires, or are you going to be modest? Are you going to control yourself? Are you going to control yourself? Because ultimately, when you control yourself, your nafs is subdued, and you're able to reach and attain a higher spiritual state, a higher state of taqwa, because of controlling your desires. And as we approach Ramadan, you know, this is something that is very clear in Ramadan. When you fast and you do not indulge in what your appetites drive you to, then that gives you a heightened sense of taqwa, fearing Allah and being conscious of Allah. But if you create a society where people are emancipated to just indulge in their base desires, then you're destroying the soul. You're destroying people's spirituality and their ability to connect with Allah, to connect with their creator, and to desire the akhirah. So this kind of emancipation is an attack on the human spirit and the possibility of salvation for everyone, not just Muslims, but non-Muslims as well. They are being destroyed spiritually, and the possibility for them to come. And this is why many of the French, you know, their hearts have become so black that they are disgusted by Islam, that they see the practices of Islam as something inherently disgusting. This is not always the case, right? And when we see many other peoples who they come to learn about Islam in an accurate way, they see, wow, they love it. They're just naturally appeals to them. They're attracted to it, and they accept it, and they become Muslims. And this is why Islam has been the fastest growing religion historically up to this day, is because of that attraction to the truth. But if you are spiritually dead and your heart is black, like some of these secularist liberals and feminists, then the truth becomes ugly to you. The truth has been made something that you want to reject. And sad to see that that's the case for many in the modern world.
Exactly. So when they're trying to get women away from sexual harassment, the rape culture, and so on. Isn't that very antithetical to Islam in the first place? How can even they look at this picture in the first place? Islam doesn't allow you even to look at the woman with lust, let alone harass her or even rape her. So the idea of women in Islamic societies needs to be protected by removing the hijab and being like men. I mean, how does it go? I mean, it's totally an oxymoron in my eyes. So it may be true in the West or the liberal mindset where women, as you just described, they go by their whims and desires, sexual intimacy, whoever they want, whenever they want. And if they feel like it, they consent. If they don't feel like it, they say, okay, that you're actually, coming to rape, for example. So that's what's happening. You're opening up a culture, which you have, and that leads to this doorway to harassment and rape. But Islam totally closes that from the very outset. It just doesn't give you any chance to even that happening. So how does it even apply in an Islamic country where Islam would be implemented entirely in its whole package, that you would need any kind of reform, that you would need any kind of, feminism to come and rise to liberate the Muslim woman from all these things? I see that really, I mean, it's an oxymoron. I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. It doesn't make sense. It's like, if you want to destroy women and you want to destroy society, then have them get naked and mix with the opposite sex and be promiscuous and sell your body or display your body and all of this. If you want to destroy women, so it's almost like a satanic force. It is a satanic force that is meant to destroy humanity. That's really what encapsulates feminism. But you'll see women, I was talking about this last week or tweeting about it, that there are these Muslim feminists who will advocate for prostitution. They will advocate for pornography. They will advocate for sex work. Quote unquote sex work is the politically correct term now. So, and this is a Muslim women wearing hijab. And then there are even Muslim women with niqab now who are feminists, and they're advocating for this kind of nonsense. So this is the delusions of shaitan, unfortunately. So I'm so happy that you guys are talking about this very important issue.
Do you think there's some sort of... Sorry, Mansur.
I'll just make this point very quickly. Is this not also a sign of inferiority complex from Muslim feminists? I mean, they're always looking up to the Western mindset as if like that's something superior, and they're going towards it. The West have been there and seen it doesn't work, and Muslims, are trying to emanate and somehow imitate them as well. I mean, when are the Muslim men and women going to learn that this doesn't work? Allah has already legislated based on His infinite wisdom that this is the system how it should be, rather than you just try and with trial and error, you will come to a just society.
Yeah, I agree. It's a inferiority complex. There's an interesting quote that maybe Dr. Abdul Hakim Murad in the UK. And he said that some of these Arab secularists, if they thought that the West drank its own urine, or drinking its own urine would be something fashionable, they would not only drink their own urine, they would think that it's delicious as well. So this is the attitude, unfortunately, when you have an inferiority complex, that you are very liable to be humiliated and to debase yourself, because powers can manipulate you and they can make you do debauched things, and you won't even realize that you'll be happy to do them. So it's a very degraded mentality, unfortunately, when Muslims adopt feminism.
Do you think there's there is in the West, maybe particular, this movement has actually discouraged people from getting married or having children, or perhaps I don't know. I mean, do you think this sort of thing has encouraged the women to go through this movement has encouraged or discouraged them to have children, or basically maybe there are other things like sexualization of children as well due to this movement, and other things like fundamentally in terms of not only rejecting their physiology and their biological makeup, like in their demands for equality, but what are the major, harms to community and society that feminism has actually has had an impact on the society in such a way that it has, like you said, destroyed families, destroyed their own nafs, their own soul, their own spirituality. Not only that they have lost their salvation, but they have lost their self-respect in this dunya as well. Do you think some of these things are true?
Yeah, definitely. The main damage to families is that you are delaying marriage, because women have been given this message that you have to pursue career advancement. And if you do not pursue career advancement, then that means somehow that you're a failure in life. And so when you're pushing career advancement, that means going through a certain kind of graduate education, secondary education, and that takes time. And when that takes time, you have to delay your marriage, right? You have to delay even looking for marriage. So there's an epidemic of women who are in their mid to late 30s and 40s, who they are very accomplished when it comes to having degrees, having a master's degree, PhD, college degree, whatever, with honors, have climbed the corporate ladder, are making a lot of money, but they can't get married. Why? Because, well, now it's too late, because you don't offer anything to men who want to get married. The men who want to get married usually want to get married much later, or they want to marry someone who is able to provide them with children. And when you're 35 years old as a woman, or in your 40s, your biological window is very small, or is almost completely shut by that point. You can't have children, or it's with difficulty, and maybe maximum you can only have one, maybe two children. And so the man that you want to marry, he doesn't care if you have a PhD. He doesn't care if you have a good salary, or he shouldn't care. But most men really don't care about that. Men want to marry women for a different set of reasons, which we can talk about. But so these women, there's an epidemic. They can't get married because they have passed their biological window. And this is not a cultural construction. This is biology. This is what we're seeing across cultures that become feminist. The average age of marriage is much lower in Muslim countries, and in non-Westernized countries, non-modernized countries, the average age is much lower. Feminists think that this is a big problem, that we need to, and this is what many of these NGOs or these $10 million gender programs are all about. They want to raise the average age of marriage because they think marriage is such a bad thing. But this is completely contrary to Islam. In Islam, marriage is one of the biggest blessings in life, and it is the avenue to many pleasures, right? Because when you're married, you have sexual access, and that's one of the most wonderful things in the dunya that you can experience. And it is perfectly halal through marriage. So why do you want to delay it? Especially when you're most, where hormones are raging and you are at the peak of your, sexual fertility at a younger age, correct? So why would you want to delay that? It makes absolutely no sense, especially for women, because your peak value on the sexual marketplace or the marriage marketplace is when you are younger. So you are actually shorting yourself if you delay marriage. And all of the standard stereotypical objections that people have to early marriage are so easily debunked. And we can talk about that. Like, oh, well, Muslims can't get married young because they're not mature. Okay, well, why are they not mature? It's because you've adopted the same kind of upbringing of the West that infantilizes youth And when we look at the history of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the seerah, you have Sahaba who are as young as 12 years old, 13 years old, going to battle, fighting for Islam. You have generals within Muslim armies who are in their teens. Okay? They have that level of maturity. How did they get that maturity? Okay? Or were they not also human beings? We're human beings. They had that maturity because they were brought up in a certain way. They weren't infantilized in the same way that Western culture infantilizes youth. So if people are not mature by their late teens, early 20s, they're not mature enough to be responsible to get married, then that's not a problem with marriage. The problem is with the way that people are being brought up. So that needs to change. These problems are systematic. And they can't be addressed except through a systematic approach.
Indeed, yes. What would be your message to those Muslim feminists who somehow self-interpret the passages of the Quran, saying that this was actually, I don't know, the exegesis and the commentaries are mostly by men, and their patriarchal society, that's the reason they have been misinterpreted, so we have to now redefine and reinterpret those passages. That's the reason you get people like Amin bin Salim who actually want to lead the Salah as imams, you see. What would be your message for them?
Just shut up, find another line of work. Stop wasting your time. No one cares what you think. That's my message.
Yeah, I think the influence of the West, and particularly with the social media today, there is this tendency to be narcissistic. And like you said earlier, the women have this tendency to show off. That's the reason they want to remove the hijab, they want to show their hair. And this, I think if you look at the industry itself, the beauty products, which is kind of like billions of dollars of industry. So this whole society, or this whole movement itself, is not only helping the men who are behind these products and behind these businesses and corporations, and they are mostly men, yes, who are actually benefiting from and in fact this would you say that this feminists are actually working indirectly for them and lining their pockets, because they promote this kind of sexualization of themselves, like today beauty is like to be sexy. Yes, it's not being domesticized or working at home. Being a mom is not really sexy. It's not something that should be promoted. It should be trying to look good, trying to have your own, your own, I don't know, social media channel or something where you actually do this makeup, I don't know, beauty shows or something on your and trying to earn money in this way. Do you think they are indirectly working for these corporations without pay?
Yeah, who knows? Allahu A'lam, they could be working for these corporations, and there's always a buck to be made when you want to proliferate or feed into people's base desires. You can always make money from that, and this is as old as history. Mankind has been deluded into pursuing these kinds of ahwa, these whims and prejudices. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Absolutely. Right. Do you want to elaborate some more points, or shall we call in on the panel for the Q&A?
Yeah, let's bring some guests over, inshallah, and then you can have things that we haven't covered in the Q&A, inshallah.
Right. I'm going to put a link in the video description, inshallah. So if you guys want to join in, please click on the link. It's just under the video description, inshallah. And
when we're getting our guests joining in, Ust Daniel mentioned quite interesting point about the makeup of man and woman in terms of the perspective, how woman wants to sort of present herself, show herself, and men is look and so on. When you look at the pornography industry, if you look at the statistics, who are the consumers of pornography? Is it man and woman equally, or is it more man than woman? I mean, that will clearly show you really where the differences are in the makeup of man and women. It's not majority of women, as far as I understand from statistics, that actually are the consumers. It's men only. So the whole industry is geared to give pleasure to men, because man have this nature to look and and to look for pleasure and so on.
Well, it's actually, you have to look at pornography as not just what it's technically defined as by the West. Pornography includes what you find in a lot of social media. So a lot of Instagram, for example, or Snapchat or TikTok is from an Islamic point or from an Islamic position is pornographic. Okay? These women are, as you've both commented, are showing their beauty and wearing, basically they're close to naked, and they're posing and they're showing themselves. And women are on these platforms putting themselves, displaying themselves like that. So I think that both desires of both men and women are being fed by this industry, and it's more than just what is strictly defined as pornography according to a Western definition. All of these social media platforms are exchanging the pornographic with their content, and it's not, men are not just I mean, it's affecting both sexes equally.
Absolutely. Okay, let's bring our guests in. We have quite a few on the back chat.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. How are you doing, brothers Mansur and brother Hashim and Daniel? Thank you, brother, for this important topic, because it's getting growing, especially in our Muslim society. I just have one question. I mean, for the feminist population, that can they name one charity organization that help women, done by this feminist group, that they help women by, help them finding job, or help them financially, or just promoting these nonsense ideology? I don't want to say all feminists wrong. They are promoting some things that, for the women's right. I have no issue with that. But when it's come to against my religion, insulting Prophet Muhammad ﷺ and Allah, and I've seen this, and not from, the West, and from Arabic Muslim women. Yes, they insult Allah. They create channels. They create Twitter pages to insult Islam and have false accusations. And this is something that really I find interesting, because let's make it clear. This idea of feminism, it's at the end of the day, it's the luxury of the middle class white woman. It's not for everyone, not for black women, not for Arab women, not for Muslim women. Because if we go back in the history, one of the founders of feminist movement, Susan B. Anthony, when she said, before you allowing black men to vote, you should allow the white women. So it's basically the same chain. It's not something that it will benefit any other than that group of folks, which is the white supremacy at the end of the day. So why we endorse these things? I had talked to feminists one time, and I said, what the best solution for rape you will think? I said, do you know in Islam, it's the death penalty for rape? Because it's that in Islam, it's haraba. And haraba, that when you attacking someone in his life or in his money or in his by force, taking something from him by force. One of the things that is rape. In Islam, he will go with death penalty. And he said, no, that's very cruel. I said, you see, you can bring a model or rule better than Islam. You yourself, you said, this is too much. I said, this is what in Islam, how you can handle rape. And I really want, if there are any feminists or women can jump here and tell me what the feminist has done in terms of charity or money to help these women who needs help. Thank you, brothers. Barakallahu feekum.
Jazakallah khair.
Okay, Oussama.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam wa
rahmatullah.
I have a question for Brother Daniel. What do you think about the stuff that is happening in France about the hijab ban? And I have another question about always this. Should Muslim move out from France so their children don't get affected by all the liberal and feminist narrative? Jazakallah khair.
Yeah, so what's happening in France is very sad, and it seems like they are trying to forcefully assimilate the Muslim population. The Muslims there need to stay strong. We're going to continue to make dua for them. If I know some French brothers actually who are trying to move out of France, and they're trying to protect their children. So if it's possible, it might be a good idea. If some of these masajid are closed, which they're trying to close many masajid, or they're requiring the masajid to sign a certain declaration that you have to declare that you're not going to teach Islam as a superior way of life. You are going to make sure to teach that secularism is the best way of life. And the masajid have to sign this declaration. So if this continues and more masajid are required to do this, then it might be very difficult, if not impossible, to live as a Muslim within France. But we will see, Allahu A'lam, what can happen in the next decade. If people have the opportunity, if you have the capability to be able to move out, then do so. Unfortunately, many Muslim countries are not allowing Muslims to come into their countries because of all kinds of restrictions on travel. So it's becoming a desperate situation for Muslims, not only in France, but throughout the world. Allahu Musta'an.
And for the people who can't leave the country, for example, how they should educate their children, in your opinion?
Well, I'm an advocate of homeschooling. At LYSSA Institute, we advocate homeschooling, and we train parents to how they can homeschool their children to prevent them from being influenced by the public education system, which is designed to secularize all students. So that would be the main tip that I would give, is try to homeschool. But I am not even sure if France will allow that. I know Germany has banned homeschooling. So Muslims in Germany cannot even homeschool their children. I don't know if that's the case in France as well. But if you have the opportunity to homeschool, that's the best approach for your children's education, inshallah.
Okay.
Jazakallah khair.
Barakallah fiik. Assalamu alaikum. Andy Oliver.
Hello. I wanted to ask regarding slavery in Islam, like taking women as captives, because many people leave Islam due to this, like many feminist women. And this is the reason I want to ask regarding this, if you don't mind, because I am having doubts.
Sure. That's it?
Regarding this. Yes. Yes, brother. Okay. Thank you.
Sure, we can address it. So when it comes to concubines, this is a practice. Sorry, you said something?
No.
Oh, I heard a voice.
No, I will leave the I will leave the chat, and you can answer, inshallah.
Okay. Inshallah. So this is something that has been practiced universally. Why? Because in history, why? Because winning wars and winning battles and preventing your civilization from being wiped out, or your tribe or your group or your people from being wiped out, is a matter of numbers. And you see, again, this is the same within the animal kingdom. When you have animals that are in packs, such as lions, or even among chimpanzee troops, what they will do is, when they will try to take territory from each other in the animal kingdom, they'll try to take territory, and that leads to conflict and fighting between these animals, between the pride or the troop or whatever. And then when one side wins, the females of that side will join the other side, the winning side. And that's how the tribe or the troop or the group that expands. And in the vast majority of cases, whoever has the bigger group wins the war, okay, wins the battle. And this is the case within human societies as well. The most dominant civilizations, why you would have a Roman civilization or a Greek civilization or a Chinese civilization, the Han Chinese, is because they were very successful in what? In growing their numbers. How do you grow your numbers as a population? It's through reproduction. That's the only way. And so your survival as a group depends on being able to produce enough numbers to defend yourself against those who are going to attack you for your resources, for your land, for your territory, and so on. So this is something that is universal. That is universal. If you do not engage in the practice, okay, of taking concubines, you will be destroyed. You will be, your entire civilization or group will be wiped out because you will be killed. And say goodbye to Islam. Say goodbye to any kind of group or civilization that you have. So this is the reasoning behind it, and it's not something that could be gotten around or gotten away from in historical times, because again, the main way to win a battle or win a war is through numbers, having numbers, and the only way to increase your numbers organically is through reproduction, and reproduction requires females. Reproduction requires females. So the number of females that you have is very important for the number of children that you can produce. This is also the importance of marrying very young, because again, the fertility or the biological window of women is limited to a certain number of years. So you want to produce as many children in that span of time, within that given number of years. And so women are marrying very, very young in the vast majority of societies. The average age was very low, much lower than it is now. And again, this is purely for existential reasons, and this has become part of many cultures universally, and it stems from biology. It stems from the way that human beings are created, and this is the nature of the world. So this is, if you can start to understand that this is the reality, how can you judge, or how can I judge the past and people in the past for engaging in this practice when that was an existential requirement? In modern times, technology means that numbers don't matter. You can have a very small population terrorize and dominate the entire globe. How? Through fighter jets and weapons of mass destruction and nuclear weapons. So now technology has created a situation where taking concubines doesn't really matter. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't have a practical purpose. But that wasn't the case in the past. So you can't use your standards now based on the current technological reality to judge those in another technological reality. It's very, very simple to understand. But I mean, a lot more can be said about this, but that's the general gist of it.
Sure. I hope the brother will understand the question and the answer he provided. Brother Mustafa, assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Sorry if I sound a bit weird. I have COVID. But basically, I just wanted to highlight something about objectifying women. And a lot of the Westerners, you'll hear them say, oh, if you browse the comment sections long enough, you'll see things like, oh, they need to learn to treat women right. But we're not even allowed to shake a woman's hand. And here you've got marketing with everything is associated with a woman. So you see a chocolate bar, you'll see an automobile, it's associated with women because they know that they'll buy these things. That's objectification. And if you hang around the herd long enough, like in my early days of university, all they would talk about is let's go on, or I used to hang around with these people, but they'd say let's go on like a night out, and all they do is treat women like a used rag, literally like a used rag, and then they say we objectify women because we're not allowed to touch them. Like, how does that make sense? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, completely agree with you.
Yeah, jazakallah khair.
Okay,
very good comment.
Hey, EK, assalamu alaikum. Hey, EK, are you with us? Okay, Brother Ahmed. Brother Ahmed, assalamu alaikum.
Salam, can you hear me?
Yes, تفضل.
Assalamu alaikum. So, why do feminists use the word incel too much when they encounter like anybody, any man? And does it mean anything? Like, who came up with the word, and why do they use it a lot? That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, this is a word that's used as an insult. Primarily, when feminists use it, it's an insult. but it means involuntary celibate. Involuntary celibate. So what this means is that you have a man who he doesn't want to be celibate. He wants to get married. He wants to have a relationship, but there's no women available, and he is not able to find a relationship. It's actually a very sad problem. There are a lot of Muslim men who find themselves in this situation. They want to get married. They want to have a relationship, but it's very difficult for them to find someone who will marry them, especially when they're younger. So I know plenty of young Muslims who are in their early 20s, for example. They are very good brothers, very responsible, very smart. They're good looking, they're capable, they're mature, but they can't find a wife. Why? Because the women in their age group that are in their early 20s or younger are not interested in marrying them. Why? Because they want to go and get an education. They don't want to get married, they want to go get an education. Or they're looking for men who are older, which is fine. You're looking for men who are older, but then what about like teen girls who are in their teens? They're not interested in marrying the early 20s, guys in their early 20s, because they also want to go to college and get an education. So those men who are very eligible bachelors, they're at their peak in terms of their fertility, and they have everything going for them. They have a lot of positives. They can't get married even though they want to. So they have to, because of they're not going to commit zina. They're involuntarily celibate. So they would technically be an incel. So this is something that's very sad. But feminists, because many of them lack empathy and they are very confused, or they're just mean-spirited, they will use this as an insult or to somehow imply that these men are sexually inadequate, or they have some kind of sexual or psychological problem, which is not true. They have a problem because of a social structure that's been created by a dominant feminist narrative and legal system and cultural system that is making it very difficult for people to get married. Not just young people, even older people are finding it very difficult to get married and stay married, because the feminist system is designed to destroy marriages in so many different ways that we haven't even scratched the surface in this past discussion. But this is the origin of the term incel and its reality and its use by feminists as an insult. The thing about feminists is that they can't really argue, because all the facts are against their ideology. So they have to engage in cheap insults and say, oh, you're an incel. So many, maybe hundreds, if not thousands, have called me an incel. Alhamdulillah, I'm happily married. I have 4 children. I'm not celibate. But they can't think of a coherent response to anything, so they have to hurl insults. It's kind of pathetic, actually.
Okay, Jazakallah khairan, Brother Ahmad. Assalamu alaikum. AM.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, akhwani.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Brothers, I want to add a few points, if you allow me the time to do so.
Make it brief, brother. We've got a lot of...
One question only, brother.
Yes.
Your most important question. Yes. Just that.
All right. Actually, I don't want to ask a question. I've got a few points. I've got an experience with this thing. And I would like to add few points that...
got a lecture prepared for us.
No, not really a lecture. It's more of, I've got few points.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
All right. Brother Daniel, I really admire your knowledge. MashaAllah, you're very knowledgeable when it comes to this. I want to add a few points. I am personally a man that is in the appropriate age to get married, but I decided to voluntarily not get married. I decided to stay away from it. Because unfortunately the laws nowadays are just not working on my way. The laws that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given us, they are designed in such a way to ensure that everyone's life, the man and the woman, both are living the best life that they both are designed to live. Unfortunately, nowadays we cannot. There's one thing you gentlemen did not touch upon was how are we as a men supposed to deal with the apocalypse that's going on at the moment? Me as a man nowadays, I have absolutely no power to do anything ensuring that my family and my woman is gonna stay in line. While if a woman just decides that she doesn't want me anymore, or she decides that, hey, I don't really like how he behaves now, and she decides to take me to the divorce court, I'm gonna be slaughtered over there. Whilst if she does anything at all, whatever it is, I'm gonna be slaughtered as well. It's a really sad situation. I'm gonna talk about it from a personal perspective. I'm a man that I make, alhamdulillah, decent money. I'm in the very good age to be married. Alhamdulillah, my brain is working fine. I'm quite sure I can manage a family. But I decided I don't want to.
Please. You want to make your second point very quickly?
My second point is, it's just sad. It's really unfortunate for us to be like this.
Is that the reason? Sorry, the first reason that you mentioned, because of your worry that your spouse might turn out to be something that you didn't want to marry into. Is that the reason that you didn't get married, or you don't want to get married? Your fear for getting the wrong wife?
Well, what are the odds? Not only that, like I can do everything that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, Rasulullah and the Sharia permitted us to do in order for me to get a good wife. But there's absolutely no guarantees at all that she will stay in line. As much as there's no guarantees that I will stay in line. But then when you come to see how the laws behave against such a thing, the laws and the regulations ensures that I as a man, I will stay online, and they enforce that. While the woman, there's nothing ensures that she will stay in line. And that's all because of feminism. Feminism just literally ruined the family. So and I'm a Middle Eastern, you know. I come from a rather very, very developed Middle Eastern country, and my country is leaning heavily towards the feminist side. And it's just personally, and I know a lot of people, a lot of friends of mine, this way of dealing with the world at the moment just ruined our lives as young men.
No, I agree. I completely agree. It's the legal system and the cultural system has been designed to prevent people from getting married. It's completely by design. How can a marriage last when women are incentivized by the legal system to dissolve the marriage because they can request a divorce, okay, and then be entitled to at least half of the man's wealth and custody of his children? So it's all upside for women, and the men lose in that scenario. So you have a legal system that is making it very dangerous for a man to get involved with any women. Also, in terms of, if you look at the legal system, women can accuse their partners, whether the husband or the boyfriend, of abuse and even of rape, and they can be convicted in court without any evidence. It's just based on believe all women. This is the feminist slogan coming from the Me Too movement, believe all women. So whenever a woman has an accusation against a man, that counts as, that's all that's needed for him to be prosecuted, for him to even be taken to jail as a domestic abuser on the say-so and the testimony of his female partner. So how can you expect any marriage to last if this is the kind of legal system that's in these countries?
If something that can go wrong, it will go wrong, and the system is just designed for things to go wrong, and they will go wrong. That's the problem.
Like I said, the women are incentivized to dissolve the marriage. One day she might have a bad day. Okay, if you as a husband have a bad day, and you want to lash out and do something wrong, the legal system will penalize you heavily for that, as it should. Like, you shouldn't lash out or do something wrong. But if she has a bad day and she wants to lash out and destroy your life, the legal system enables her to do that. And it doesn't have any checks in place to prevent that. She can call the police and say, this man has hit me. My husband is beating me. The police will come. And if she has a red mark on her face or her hand, they will arrest you. And this was a very famous case recently or last year where it was actually caught on camera. This woman had called the police and said, my husband is beating me. And there was video footage in the apartment complex where she had gone into the elevator and she was hitting herself. She was hitting herself to cause the red marks that the police would see, and then they would arrest her husband because she was having a bad day or for whatever reason she wanted to lash out. So the legal system enables that kind of abuse, enables that kind of manipulation, but this is wrong. This is going to lead to collapse of marriage, and this is exactly what we're seeing.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay, brother.
All right.
It's okay. May Allah, make it easier for you to find a nice.
Also have hope that there are good women out there. There are good Muslims out there. We shouldn't be completely negative. Yeah. So just like you would go and look for a job and look for a good employer. Yes, even though there is no guarantee that employment will last. Yes, same thing. You have to have hope, and you have to look. Like anything, it's something that you have to look for. And it's the Prophet ﷺ has given us he's given us the way or the categories to look for. So inshallah, whether you're in a Muslim country, non-Muslim country, do not forget there are still good Muslims out there, just as there are good Muslim brothers out there. So inshallah, we wish you all the best, and hopefully may Allah make your affair easy. Jazakallah khair.
Jazakumullah khair. Jazakumullah khair. Thank you for having me.
But I want to point out something there. Like, when women complain, and they should complain about men who are abusive, okay? And there are some Muslim men who are abusive, just like there are some Muslim women who are abusive. When we hear that as a community nowadays, because of the influence of feminism, there's a big discussion of like, oh, we need to, really teach Muslim men, and we have to correct this behavior, and this is an epidemic of abuse within the community, and we have to have khutbah after khutbah after khutbah on domestic violence and so forth. Okay, fine. But when men like this poor brother is complaining about this problem that he's having, it's a systematic problem that many are actually experiencing, then we say, oh, well, just there are good Muslim women out there as well. Which is true. There are good Muslim women out there, and it's good to be patient. But he's pointing to a systematic problem that we should speak about and address. Just like if a Muslim woman comes and says that, oh, my husband is violating my rights, my real Islamic rights, and he's hurting me, then we want to have a conversation about it. We're not going to say, oh, well, don't worry, sister, there's good Muslim men out there too. They're not all bad, right?
No,
we have to address the systematic issue.
I think it was quite worrying because he actually mentioned that he was actually in a Muslim country and he was under this predicament in a Muslim country, which is quite worrying actually. So we shouldn't just be pointing fingers at the West, because we have our own share of black sheep as well, I guess.
Yeah, this feminist system is being imposed on the Muslim world, unfortunately. That's the problem. These are these gender programs, these NGOs that are trying to bring this nightmare into the Muslim world as well.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what we're saying.
All right, LYSSA. I don't know if there's a brother or a sister.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Jazakumullah khairan, brothers. My point is, I understand, because I'm a woman, so I understand that some feminist groups have good reasons behind what they're asking for. Also because especially in Muslim community or in Muslim countries, Arab countries, is due to wrong or weak knowledge about Islam, even if they're Muslim countries, or for example, some propagandas like social or political, now Brother Daniel was talking about the idea that the system now, because of the feminist community, is taking like the side of a woman. But before, like, women, they don't have like a voice, and men has all the system in his side. So we have like big issues. But the problem is, I can't really see what difference like feminists have achieved, because what I conclude from the feminists like talking, it's just like they're saying the world is man extremist, but they're also taking the extreme path. So feminists are not focusing on resolving like the issues, but they're trying to throw blames just like that. So, and my idea is, we can't extinguish fire with fire. So like now with the feminists, we have the movement of men also defending their rights. So we're gonna be going around in a circle without finding like or resolving the real issues. Also, another point, like one of the brothers, I think, said that feminists are taking like the blame in religion, and I'm from Muslim Arabic countries, and I talk sometimes with feminists, and they have like no ignorance in Islam. They're ignorant about their rights. So they're taking the blame on religion, and like they have like some weird ideas about Islam is giving rights to men and not women, and the idea they're taking are bringing it from the West. So you are from Muslim Arabic world, and you should know better like your Quran and your Deen, and why you're getting like these weird like ideas to defend your rights. Another point is, I'm really confused. Like, what's the point? Feminist has like freedom equal nudity. I don't get this point. Like, why women think that they're gonna be free when they're gonna be like, they're not like wearing their clothes. I'm not sure about this idea. Another idea also, like, they refuse early marriage, but they accept sexual relationships in early age for girls. And that's, yeah, so these are my points. Like, there is so many contradictions, and when you have so many contradictions, you're not like resolving the issue. You're just going around the issue, not like finding what's the problem exactly and trying to find a solution for it. And that's all. Thank you so much for giving me the time, and barakallahu fikum.
MashaAllah, good to hear a sister's perspective. Alhamdulillah.
Thank you for that perspective. I also want to make something clear, that when we are talking about the problem of feminism, some people might think that we're saying that this is a problem because of women, that women are to blame for the rise of feminism. And this is actually false. And if you look at what we said in the first hour, I made it very clear that a feminist can be a man and a woman, or a woman, and the initial feminist project was at the hands of colonizing men. Men were the ones who were pushing feminism. And when we look at today, in the Muslim world, the people who are enabling feminism the most are men, actually. Men are, I would argue, more to blame for the rise of feminism and the institutionalization of feminism than women are. And this is sadly the case in the Muslim world as well. And whenever I have these kinds of points and discussions about feminism, it's Muslim men who will have the loudest objections. There will be Muslim women as well. The female feminists will object as well. But the loudest and the most angry will be men. These feminist men who will say, no, we need to give women their rights. So this is not, we're not trying in this discussion, we're not trying to put the blame on one gender or the other. We have to be a little bit more nuanced when we consider these issues.
Inshallah. Jazakallah khair, sister. We got this brother again. Assalamu alaikum, brother. Is it Ahmad? Can you hear us now?
نعم. Yeah, can you hear me? عليكم
Yes, we
السلام.
can. Yeah, Fadl.
Alhamdulillah. I'm not sure if you guys brought this point up. It's regarding perspective. So like I feel like we attack the ideology instead of putting question marks on it, because if you think about it, what's the good thing about men being the breadwinner? Because if you think about it, the top businessmen, top athletes, their goal at the end of the day is to actually stay at home while the money is increasing. And if we look at how women are treated in Islam, she's at home and she gets to do whatever she wants with her money, because we see as perspective like work is something good, but in reality, work is not something that men are trying to do, if that makes sense. And men are actually trying to stay at home, because imagine that the woman stays at home and she gets to do whatever she wants with her money. And then we have the man who goes outside, works long hours, and he can't have that money to himself. He's responsible for his children, his wife. He's the one that's responsible. But for some reason, I feel the West has made it seem like work is something good, if that makes sense. And I feel like it's just to do with perspective, because there's nothing good about working long hours and providing for the family in a sense that it's like fun, if that makes sense. So yeah, I just want to see you like what do you think about that?
Yeah, this is something that we were mentioning before. Like the feminist movement really didn't emphasize work when the majority of work in society was hard labor, manual labor, no air conditioning, no, comfortable environment. Labor and workplace equality wasn't really a concern for the feminist movement. And the reality is today, the vast majority of work, even white collar work, where you have to go to an office and listen to a boss, is not enjoyable. And most men do it only because they have to make ends meet, and they're required to feed themselves and to feed their families. So this is a burden, a responsibility for the vast majority of men. Are there men who really get fulfillment and enjoy their work just for the sake of what it is? Yes, there are men like that, but they're the minority. But we've been sold this idea that careerism and working for a corporation and putting your life and your time to make other people rich, to make other people wealthy, working in this corporate rat race, we've been fed this idea that this is the ideal that all should pursue. Well, men have to pursue it one way or the other because they have to make ends meet. They have to put bread on the table. But women don't have to in Islam. Women don't have the responsibility to go to that rat race, to be forced into that environment for the sake of survival, because Islam puts the requirement on men to maintain females, whether it's their daughter, their sister, their mother, their wife. That's a burden and responsibility of men. So how is it that Muslim women are turning their backs on this huge ni'mah, this huge blessing, and they want to go into that rat race, they want to go into that environment as well? If tomorrow all of these corporate jobs, okay, all of these white collar, cushy, bourgeoisie type jobs go away, no feminist is going to talk about, I want to go and work. Okay, if work required going out into the field, going out into the construction site and doing a hard day of labor in the hot sun, you won't see any woman, Muslim or not, begging, this is our right. We have to be in the fields breaking our backs with the men. You won't find anyone arguing that. So this is why the feminist argument on this issue is so backwards and blind to the reality.
No, it's like you said regarding the men who are behind this. Because if you see, it's the businessmen that are profiting. They are exploiting the woman's body in the name of empowering the women, and the women are being deluded into this ideology. And it's a quote: "The businessmen are profiting while the laymen are suffering." And it's true. It's true. It's the laymen are suffering.
Sure. Okay. Jazakallah khairan, brother. Please, may I request all of the brothers and sisters who are joining to make your comments and your questions brief, so we can have as many as of you in the chat in our panel. Alexander.
Oops.
Okay.
There.
Who's next?
Hi, learner. Female feminist. Can you unmute yourself so we can hear you, please?
With feeling like women are equal, what are you talking about? I really struggle to communicate.
We can't hear you
my
clearly,
feelings,
so you need to come
of
closer to your microphone.
equality. So much so that I, went to college and I became a women and gender studies major, just because one, it was my passion, but two, I truly felt like women were not seen as equal, and we didn't have equal rights at all. When I was in high school, I honestly thought that we had done a lot more work. I thought a lot more had been accomplished.
What happened there?
Did she drop off, or did you turn her off?
No, she dropped off. I wish she can come back again and bring a mic closer, maybe, so we can hear her.
Yeah.
So,
Alexander again. Oops, there he goes again.
okay.
Right. Who's next? I think this IC3 has been waiting for a while. IC3, welcome to the panel from Speaker's Corner, I guess.
Yeah, greetings.
Yes.
Greetings,
How are
panel.
you?
Good to see you. Good to see you.
Good to see you that you're well.
Good to see you. We'll be back at the parks hopefully soon. Yes, I'll stick to the subject of the evening, which is feminism.
Right.
And my question tonight, I'd also like to know if in the future streams, if you could address the issue of racism, Islam and hadiths and stuff, but that's not for tonight. Tonight's I understand the gist I'm getting is that you see feminism as an enemy of Islam. Do you think that feminism is a tool of white supremacy?
Yes, it was originally conceived as a tool of white supremacy.
The pioneers.
Yeah, the colonizers were white supremacists, and I think one of the callers or one of you mentioned Susan B. Anthony and her very racist views about why is it the case that the Negro is allowed to vote in elections before white women are allowed to vote. So the first wave feminists were all white supremacists. Actually, many of them, if not all of the Enlightenment thinkers within the 18th and 19th century were white supremacists. They thought that the whites were superior because of science, of having more intelligence to develop science. Science was created in Europe, and therefore that makes them superior. So they were all white supremacists, and it's a whole philosophy. But feminism was one of the components of this. Now feminism has taken on the kind of intersectional mode, especially after World War II, when the West decided that they didn't want to be white supremacists anymore because of Hitler. But before that, prior to that, they were white supremacists. And now it's the same ideology, the same ideas, except less overtly racist. The original founder of Planned Parenthood, which is the largest institution of abortion, systematic abortion in America, Planned Parenthood, was founded by Margaret Sanger. And her whole project of abortion was to do demographic warfare against blacks. Abortion clinics were opened mainly in black neighborhoods, black areas. Why? Margaret Sanger, the feminist founder of Planned Parenthood, wanted to destroy black communities in advancement of the white race. Now, Planned Parenthood still exists. It still aborts millions of black babies and non-white babies, but it's seen as a progress, and it's seen as women's empowerment, even though it's the same exact thing created by the white supremacist Margaret Sanger and her ilk. but you're doing the same action, but you've whitewashed it. You've taken, if you excuse the expression, you've taken out the racial motive or explicit purpose of this practice and this institution.
Okay. And yourself, Daniel, that second name, Haqiqatjou, are you Greek, of Greek descent?
Persian. Haqiqatjou is Persian.
Oh, Persian.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, Persian. And yourself, Hashim, are you Pakistani or Indian? Oh, you can't hear me?
Can you hear me? You're muted.
I'm actually from Indian background, yeah.
All right, but not Pakistani.
No.
Because Pakistan is Muslim.
Is that relevant to
and
this?
yourself, Mansur?
Now, why is this relevant? I would like to know. We're talking about
pardon?
feminism. I mean, you've brought the issues of race. Why is it relevant?
Well, you see, well, as Daniel was saying, which is very good. I like the way he explained that. As far as I know, what he's saying was quite accurate. But as the subject of the night is about feminism, and from what I understand from what Daniel was saying, that I perceive that he's seeing it as a tool of white supremacy, or therefore it's a tool of racism. So is that correct, Daniel? You see it as a tool of racism, white supremacy?
Originally, yes, it was originally conceived as a tool of colonial power, which had a racial basis in white supremacy. Yes,
but not now. But not now.
Feminism is a tool to destroy the human race. Like, this is what it originally was and what it still is. So, as a historical fact, certain races were more affected, were more greatly impacted by feminism. And the Black community in America, at least, I'm not sure about UK, the reality on the ground, but Blacks were very severely impacted by the feminist project. And you have many Black thinkers and commentators who will note this. One very popular YouTuber that you can check out, maybe you're already aware of him. He's not Muslim. His name is Kevin Samuels. Look at what Kevin Samuels on his very popular YouTube channel says about feminism. And I think you will find a lot of interest in what he says, but he will argue against feminism and say that Blacks have, and especially Black women, have suffered the most because of the feminist project.
Great.
All right.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I won't take up any more time. But hopefully
you'll
raise...
Hopefully
hope you'll join us when we have a stream on racism.
Yes, that's what I look forward to. So I won't push you on this. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Care.
Have a good evening.
Thank you.
You too. Take care.
All right. Who's next?
Was he a
yeah,
Black separatist?
Yeah, he's obsessed with the topic.
That's very interesting.
Yeah. Assalamu alaikum, brother Jehangir. Do you want to unmute yourself so we can hear you? Jehangir, are you there?
He's not there. Okay, brother Naveed.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Please make your questions, your comments brief, please.
Okay. If I have to draw one attention, very important issue. I'm the first time in your channel, and my English is also not very good. But this is very important issue. From Pakistan, there are two atheist channels are working by the name of Ghalib Kamal and Haris Sultan, and they are doing streams in Urdu. And as you know, in Pakistan and India, most of people understand Urdu, and our ulamas are not very good in English and not are very good in social media. So they are catering the people over there, and they are doing lot of blasphemy on our Prophet Huzur and their wives and about their feminism. So please address that channel, Ghalib Kamal and Haris Sultan. And I have one question, very brief one question. Can you please explain to me about Surah 4, ayat number 34? about the beating of women. Maybe I not understand properly, or please guide me about this. Thank you.
I think he's talking about Surah 434, Surah An-Nisa.
Yeah.
So what is okay?
Yes. Can
I think
my
Brother
question
Daniel,
is can
we got your question, brother. Let's see if Brother Daniel wants to answer that or just briefly comment on it.
Yeah, we can answer that question. So this ayah, I actually cited. Can you actually mute your mic because I hear a lot of background noise?
Okay.
Okay. So I began reciting the beginning part of it. Ar-rijalu qawwamuna 'ala an-nisa. This is the 34th verse of ayah of Surah An-Nisa. And in the latter part of the ayah, it talks about this concept of nushuz. Nushuz, there are different commentaries on it, but it basically can be translated as a type of rebellion or a type of aggressiveness, haughtiness, attitude of the wife towards the husband. So then the ayah gives some steps, and Allah gives some steps in how to address this. Okay, so there are different translations. Some say that try to convince them. Okay, try to convince them and then leave them apart, leave them in their beds. Okay, so separate from them. And then the third measure, if they still do not comply after that, then the third measure has to do with darb. Darb means to strike. Darb means to strike. And what the critics of Islam say is that this is domestic violence that's sanctioned in the Qur'an. And this shows how Islam is a violent religion. This is a barbaric religion because your holy book is saying that, is giving license to men to strike women, okay, their spouses. How can this be a religion of peace? How can this be a religion of mercy? How can this blah, 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 etc. Okay, so we see a lot of these kinds of critiques. How do we address it? Some of the modernists and reformists will say that no, darb, when Allah says wadribuhunna, this is not referring to striking. This is referring to something else. This is referring to maybe you have to distance yourself or travel. They give some kind of explanation, but these are explanations are just apologetics that have no basis in the Quran, and they have no basis in the tafsir, the explanation of the Quran, and they have no basis in the fiqh, because all scholars have given men this kind of license. Okay, traditionally, it's only modernists who have said that, who have tried to reinterpret and reform this ayah. But what is the wisdom and what is the reality of this kind of practice? Let me give you a scenario. You have in the, let's say, the workplace, a woman who comes and she's had a bad day. Her work performance has really dropped off, and she's becoming abusive in the workplace. She's insulting her coworkers. She's causing a big scene. And her manager says, look, this was your last warning. We have to let you go. You can't continue to work here. And she gets really angry. She starts throwing things. She starts smashing tables, smashing dishes or tables and so forth. And they have to call security. The security guard comes and physically restrains her. And she struggles. She hits the police. The police have to hit her back and restrain her because of this kind of behavior. Okay, does anyone have a problem with this? Is this a kind of immoral situation? No. Okay, I don't think anyone has a problem. Any other situation on the street? Okay, a woman is illegally parked. The police come and give her a ticket, like a parking ticket for her illegally parked car. She gets angry. She starts throwing things. She starts hitting the police officer, and he has to fight back. He has to restrain her. Is there any problem? Do we have any problem with the idea that the law would apply equally in terms of its force to men and women? No, no one has a problem with this, right? In fact, it's necessary. Women can't be allowed to be violent, to cause destruction, to cause harm, and to violate the law there has to be a way to restrain that. And that's completely recognized and understood within the Western legal system. Within the Western legal system, right? So what difference does that is made, okay, if that authority to restrict harmful, destructive behavior is given to the authority within a household, which is the husband? What difference does that make? In fact, Islam is putting the authority to restrain a abusive or a someone who is a woman who is acting in violation of morality and ethics. Islam is giving that authority for restraint and reaction, giving that authority and force to the person who cares about her the most, her husband. Isn't that correct? Isn't this the mercy of Islam, that Islam is allowing that authority for the husband, as opposed to the state, as opposed to a police force, as opposed to a bureaucratic system of bureaucratic technocratic system to control and keep people in line? This is the system of Islam, where there are different domains. Women are prevented from the public domain and they're kept in the domestic domain. But in Islam, the domestic domain is extremely important. And much of what is important about Islamic living and Islamic life happens in the domestic domain. And men are authorities in that domain. And they have these kinds of responsibilities and duties. And therefore, they're given that kind of authority as well, to physically restrain. This is not a license for abuse. This is not a license for physically harming. This is not a license for anything that is going to actually cause physical harm. And that's very clear in Islamic law. And the classical scholars said that you're not allowed to leave a mark. You are not allowed to hit the face. You are not allowed to cause actual physical damage to your wife. But you do, as the authority within the household, you do have a physical authority as well. That's part of being authority. You cannot be an authority unless you have a mandate to physically use that. Do you have to use it responsibly? Yes. Are there consequences for misusing it? Yes. There are consequences for misusing that kind of authority, but that kind of authority is necessary within the household, okay? And within the Islamic system. And if you take away that authority, you basically mean that men have no authority in marriage, or there can't be authority without the ability to use force. Authority would not exist. The authority that exists in secular society is all monopolized by a centralized bureaucratic technocratic state. All authority within society. Islam does not have that kind of system. Islam gives authority to the family domain, to the community domain with the imam and the emir, to the national, on the civilizational and national scale with the khalifa or the sultan. Okay, there is decentralized authority, and you can only authority is only meaningful if it has the ability to use at times force if necessary, and within a very prescribed and controlled manner. And so there is actually great mercy and benefit that the people who are in charge and able to apply that authority and that force for women in Islam is the person who loves her the most, cares for her the most, is most interested in protecting her, which is her own husband. As opposed to women who are thrown into cop cars, thrown into jails, are abused and by the muscular, secular surveillance police state. Now, one might say, well, why doesn't the woman have the authority to hit her husband? No, that wouldn't work. That wouldn't work. One, because women are not physically capable to do that. And women themselves are not interested in being authorities. If you ask women, would you rather marry a man who is bigger than you and stronger than you, or a man who's weaker than you and smaller than you, they will universally, even the feminists, will say that they prefer to marry a bigger and stronger man. That's their preference. So, and in fact, women biologically would not be attracted to men, to a husband who is weaker than her and smaller than her. And this is a biological fact. This goes to the topic of hypergamy, which we didn't really touch on today, but it's a big topic. So this is the perfect Islamic system, and there's great wisdom in why, in this ayah, and why men have been given the authority to, if necessary, in the rare cases that is necessary, and in the vast majority of Muslim marriages, it's never an issue. It's only in the case of nushuz, which is a big problem that can dissolve and destroy a marriage. Islam says that no, there's a prevention of this, and that's through physical show of physical force, because that actually will resolve the situation. Now, if there are men who abuse women, guess who takes care of that? The woman's male family members, her brothers, her father, her uncles, her grandfather. All of these people are there to make sure that she is not being violated and abused. And this is a very important system that we find not only in Muslim societies, but even in non-Muslim societies. And there's a movie, classical movie called The Godfather, and it shows this kind of Sicilian crime family. And they have a scene in this movie where the daughter of the kingpin or the godfather, she's married to this guy, and she comes to her father, and she happens to have a black eye. And then her brothers see this and say, did your husband do this to you? Did your husband give you a black eye? And she doesn't want to say yes, because she knows what's going to happen. Those brothers race to her husband's house, and they take care of him in a very brutal way to teach him a lesson, of this kind of behavior against their sister. So we can talk very long about this ayah, but this is not something that we should be ashamed of. This ayah is a verse of the Qur'an from Allah, and we should be proud of every ayah of the Qur'an. And this is more evidence of the hikmah and the wisdom that is found in Islam. But people who have been deluded by a modernist system that is destroying humanity, is destroying families, is destroying marriages, people who have been indoctrinated by that may not appreciate this ayah and many other practices within Islam, but we should be able to explain it and take people through a deprogramming process so that they can understand the reality of the way human life has been and the way that people practice and live in a way that they can flourish in the dunya and in the akhirah.
Jazakallah khairan, brother.
I mean, I'm sorry I'm speaking a long time on this, but this is a very loaded question that requires even more time to do it justice.
And also the next ayah is very important. I think people actually do not look at the next ayah in that same. So after 434 comes 435, and Allah is actually encouraging reconciliation between the couple. Okay, so it's not the main idea is like Ust Daniel stated quite eloquently, is to make sure that the marriage remains and there's no split in the marriage, and even that that striking of the spouse is something as a last resort. But the whole purpose of that injunction is so that the marriage doesn't break. They might have children, you know, they might have the two families will actually break apart as well. So there's a lot of consequences. So what is more important, to save a marriage or something else, you know, in that situation? So please take that into consideration as well. Jazakallah khair.
And this is something that is also discussed by non-Muslims psychologically, is you'll have women who they have this kind of instinct to test their partner, to test their boyfriend or their husband, because they want to see if he will rise to the test. They will, this is exactly what nushuz is they will start abusing him and shouting at him, diminishing him, belittling him. And this is exactly what nushuz is, in order to test him. And if he kind of withers away and shows that he is not really able to handle it, then she leaves him, or she's disgusted by that and not attracted to him. But if he reacts in a way that is strong and he puts a stop to it, then this actually turns out to be very attractive to women. And again, this is all backed by studies, and a lot of non-Muslims actually talk about this kind of interaction with the opposite sex. So Islam is basically showing that men need to be men and women need to be women. And as horrified as a secular feminist might be to hear that, that's the reality. It has to do with human nature, and Islam has put in place a perfect system that accounts for the differences of human nature and makes sure that ultimately human beings are flourishing, families are flourishing. If you start taking away the man's authority in a marriage and you don't allow him to have this kind of ability to use force if necessary to restrain his wife, because strike doesn't necessarily mean just a hit, but sometimes to restrain, like stop, or this is enough, again, without causing harm or leaving marks or hitting the face. If you take away that authority, that means the man doesn't really have authority. He can't really be in charge of that marriage, and that leads to a much weaker marriage because women are not attracted to that. Women are not attracted to a man of equal ability. They are sexually attracted to men who are stronger and who are in charge and are in control. Even if they might not admit it explicitly because of feminism, the studies are showing that even the most feminist women like macho men, like strong men. And this is what is going to lead to a stable, happy marriage. If we have a society where that doesn't exist, it's going to be worse for women. It's going to be harder for women. They're going to be more dissatisfied, and they don't even know it. Allah has prescribed something for you, and you think it's bad, but it's really good for you. And you think that there's something that's good, but it's really bad for you. This is the myopia and finite knowledge of a human being.
Jazakallah khair, Brother Naveed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jazakallah khair.
Wait, before you go.
Don't go yet.
Yes. Don't go yet. I want your honest opinion. Do you agree with that, or do you have an objection to that?
No, I'm 100% agree with you. Jazakallah. Actually, I have put this question because of that atheist channel, and they always put that ayah. And when I study Quran in translation, and in Urdu, it is written that you can beat the woman. So I was confused, and thanks to Allah Ta'ala that you have answered this question very briefly, and my concepts are clear very well. Thank you so much.
Just wanted to add a point there, of course, because Brother Daniel could have elaborated even further, but that's not the topic. The whole Quranic prescription is totally antithetical to domestic violence, because what happens in domestic violence is this: when a partner, or be either a husband or a boyfriend, comes and sees this, this rebellion from his partner or a wife or a girlfriend, he immediately gets angry, and with this anger, he starts hitting, and that's where the domestic violence comes from. But if you look at it, Quranic prescription is in particular order. You don't, we were told not to violate this order, the sequence that is there prescribed to reconcile this problem. The first thing and the foremost thing is that, you do not just go and physically hit someone. Implicitly, this saying, you control your anger and you start conversing with her. You admonish her. So basically, it's all about, you admonish, you do wa'az, you engage in a discussion saying what you're doing is wrong. So that really shows from the very beginning, from the very outset, it is stopping you from, getting hot-blooded and in your anger to cause any harm to her. Rather, it's saying simply, no, you control yourself and you mutually discuss that what is going on, what she's doing is not right, it's not appropriate, it's not something that is good for the marriage. And on this note, then of course, if she, agrees to that, and then the problem solves. There's no problem anymore. The issue is resolved. If she persists on that, then of course it goes into second prescription, and then third prescription, and so on and so forth. So those people who think that Islam encourages domestic violence from this verse is totally opposite to what you think. Jazakallah khairan for answering this beautifully, Brother Ust Daniel, and I hope Brother Naveed has got his answer. Jehangir Butt, Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. Thank you for having me, brothers. I have some question, but I wasn't even sure if this is the right show for that question. So basically, my concern is that I'm actually married to a person who is not biologically a woman, but we are in a civil marriage, and she's considered a woman. But I'm not sure as because I'm a Muslim from Islamic perspective, I know that is a sin. But I need some advice, like how to go about it, because it's not as simple as just getting up and leaving in a Western country where this is recognized. And there's a whole backstory to it. I'm sure, like if I was given a time to go to the backstory, it would start making more sense. But that's basically the gist of it. And I know that this is a sin, but I am a Muslim, alhamdulillah, but we also have a child together. Like from my previous marriage, I was married, I have a kid, and now, so I just needed some advice as to how to go about it. And is it okay if I just kept on living like this and let it be dealt with in the hereafter?
Well, you already acknowledge it's a sin. So you already know it's a sin, right?
Yes, I'm a Muslim. So
well,
I mean, I have
you're
to
a Muslim and you acknowledge this as a sin, and then you expect to just live in sin, then what can we say, brother? You yourself are denying what you acknowledge yourself. So in Islam, the principle is Amar bil ma'ruf wa nahy anil munkar. So you should actually enjoin good and forbid evil. How can we enjoin something that you consider as sin, and you're asking on the panel whether I should continue like this my life? It doesn't make sense, does it?
Yeah. No, it of course doesn't.
I think this is a personal issue which you have, so perhaps you might want to deal with it.
Can you recommend some resources I can get in touch with?
Where are you? Which country?
I'm in the United States.
Oh, Daniel will help maybe.
What kind of resources you mean?
Well, I know, so my question isn't really should I continue living like this, right? Because if I ask an Islamic perspective, it would be no. But the other thing is, it is not as simple as just picking everything up and be like, you know what, it's over, it's because it's officially recognized as a marriage. We have a kid. There's a lot of other responsibilities, finances, joint finances, everything like that. So it's not as simple as me saying, you know what, it's over from tomorrow. And resources like that, whom I can get in touch with to get a step-by-step direction as to how to go about it.
Yeah, that's the reason I said, brother, this is something which is a personal matter. Look, even if you were just a boyfriend and a girlfriend living together, and imagine somebody coming on the panel and telling, can I live like this? I have lots of, my circumstance is such that I'm heavily invested in my partner. So what can I do? Can you imagine? It's not only you living with a transgender, it's anyone. So a marriage which Islam does not recognize, whether it's male and male, whether it's male, just a boyfriend and girlfriend, even in a heterosexual situation where they're not legally married, even the same ruling applies. That a sin is a sin.
Wait, I'm confused. I'm confused. What do you mean by transgender?
He said
biologically female?
She's biologically not a woman? Is that what he said?
She recognizes herself as a woman, but biologically, she has male reproductive organs.
Just male or both?
Both.
Oh, okay, both. So you got married?
Yeah.
Okay, so both, and you knew about it. So this is an intersect person. It's not transgender.
Yes, sorry,
So this is, yeah, I was confused. I wasn't sure like what you meant by transgender. So if it's an intersex person, they have both, and you have child with the person, right?
No, previous marriage, is it?
Oh,
previous marriage. I was married with my back in my native country, and yeah, so that is we are divorced
but
from that.
she's a woman, like right? She says
First
she's a
marriage,
woman.
first marriage, yeah.
No,
first
your
marriage,
current marriage. Your current marriage.
Current marriage. Well, I mean, she identifies as a woman. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. So, and she has the organs of a woman. So that's it. That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
Why did you think it was a sin? Did you not ask any imam or something when you got married?
No, I was actually not fully into religion for a while. I turned into, after my first marriage, due to a whole lot of issues, I was I basically turned away from religion. I became an atheist for a long time. And then I turned back to Islam because I just felt it that there has to be a God. There is no other way, that there cannot be no God,
Alhamdulillah.
And yeah, I just felt
One more question. So sorry, she was born with both sets of organs.
No, she was born with male organ, but later on, I think she had a surgery or something, and then she enhanced I think it's called prosthetics or something. I don't know.
Okay, never mind. That's not.
Yeah,
you shouldn't be in that kind of relation. I thought she was born
gender alignment, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's different matter now. You need to be clear, brother, what you're talking about. You need to be clear about your spouse before you ask even an imam. So be honest. If you want, look, I believe that you are looking for salvation. So you said you were an atheist before, so you want to basically be a good Muslim. Alhamdulillah, I can feel that in the questions that you asked. But you're confused with your circumstance, which has put you in a really difficult situation now. It's a tough one. It's not something easy. So perhaps
it's not easy for your life. But as long as you are going to seek to please Allah, and you care about your salvation, you care about the akhirah, you do the right thing, you do what you know is right, because you said it was a sin, then you acknowledged it, then Allah will open many doors for you and make things very easy for you. So just make istighfar, ask for forgiveness from Allah, and rectify your situation, and you will see things, inshallah, become very easy for you. Allah is going to facilitate for you as long as you do the right thing. But if you turn your back on the right thing and you do the wrong thing, and you continue to persist in sin, then you'll see many problems arise in your life that will ruin your life. So I really recommend that you rectify things as soon as possible.
So when you say rectify, do you mean a divorce?
Yeah, this is a man.
Okay.
Well, let me make it easy for you. Jazakallah khair, brother Jehangir.
Thank you. Thank you for your valuable advice, brothers. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Right, Sister Zamzam, you finally made it. Alhamdulillah.
Hello, assalamu alaikum. I'm talking. Yeah, it's me. So I'm talking on
it looks like you got a hijab on or something in your DP.
No, okay. I'm asking a question on behalf of my sisters. My sisters was watching your show.
Are you using her account as well?
No. They asked me to come on and ask. I wasn't watching this, but they asked me to talk on their behalf anyway.
Yeah.
Basically, this is the question they want to ask. They want to know: do you think sisters are pushing for equality rights or the Islamic rights?
Sorry, when you say sisters, you mean the feminists?
No, what my sisters are asking you guys a question about in general, the sisters, are they pushing, in your opinions, are they pushing for equality rights or the Islamic rights?
If someone is pushing for Islamic rights, there's no problem with that.
Okay.
Okay.
But they have to recognize what is truly Islamic, what is truly Islamic rights as defined by Islam. As we mentioned in the first part of the podcast or the discussion, there are many rights that women think that they have because of feminism, which are not sanctioned within Islam. So if they're pushing for that, or they're pushing for this kind of equality between the sexes that is not recognized by the Sharia of Allah, then that's rejected. Very simple.
Okay, and also they want to know, my sisters want to know, when we talk about equality rights, do you guys refer to the non-Muslim equality rights? Is that what you guys refer to?
It can be non-Muslim rights, or some Muslims are claiming rights that do not exist in Islam. Doesn't matter.
But we all understand that there's no equality when it comes to Islam with women and men.
Yeah, when it comes to many of the provisions, there isn't exact equality between men and women,
So
right?
that means we're talking about non-Muslim equality.
Okay, so what about it? What about non-Muslim equality?
That's what we're referring to, right?
Okay.
When we are talking about feminism, it's mainly from a non-Muslim perspective.
Oh, non-Muslims. Okay.
That doesn't mean that there aren't feminists who identify obviously as Muslims, but majority of the feminist movements today are from non-Muslim. So even the Muslim feminists, they are inspired by the non-Muslim feminists, if that makes sense.
Okay, yeah, it makes sense.
All right, Jazakallah khair, Brother Zamzam.
شكرا شكرا.
Thank you.
Okay, شكرا أخي. السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله.
So you consider all listening to the answers you're providing, the same account.
MashaAllah, beautiful. Amin bin Salim.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm so happy that you accepted me within this live stream. I've been a long fan of yours, and alhamdulillah, I received a lot of benefit by watching your videos in Hyde Park, alhamdulillah. So this time I have a question, and sorry for taking the time of everyone. So based on my minor reading and experience over a period of time, my humble perspective is that the West never actually thought nor tried to question the different aspects of life and society and what they entail until much later, when most of the values has already eroded, which then resulted to the current understanding of what is important over what in a family unit and more within the society, and sometimes it's right, sometimes it's not. So my question would be, what is the underlying epistemology or understanding of the West and the majority of the world that led them to see early marriage as a problem that need to be tackled, while there is barely any mention of early sexual relationship among those they consider to be minors but are puber? Sorry, I had to write it because it's a little important, I think. I've seen that there's barely any mention of early sexual act among the within the West. So I thought that if that is the case, there seems to be then that the aspect they are against is not really the sexual act per se, but rather their status as married. So if it is the case, then what is marriage for the West? Since I'm not living in the West, I don't really know, like, how do they view marriage as a status for, let's say, 17 or 16 or 15 years old? Because we know for a fact that someone could be married while also still go and study. They could still do almost anything. So it is weird to think that they're against people that are married, but there's barely any mention of people doing sexual act in this early age. So thank you for listening. Sorry for the long talk.
No problem. So I don't think there is real marriage. Like, the concept of marriage in the West is completely meaningless. And they really haven't reconciled this idea. What you're referring to is that they're very sexually active from a young age. If you go onto YouTube, you'll see. Can you actually mute the caller? Because a lot of background noise. If you go onto YouTube, you'll see videos from second graders People as young as children as young as 7 or 8 giving dating advice. How to, find a girlfriend, how to find a boyfriend. This is something that exists within Western society, and now it's online for the entire world to see. So they haven't reconciled this idea that children are supposed to be sexually active or having these kinds of relationships with the opposite sex, because co-ed sexual education or co-ed education happens from kindergarten, basically, from 4 years old in the West. So you have a situation where boys and girls are supposed to interact and mix and even have romantic relationships from a very young age. But you have a big problem with marriage. You have a big problem as a society with marriage happening at a young age. How can you reconcile this? And within the West, certain countries and states have an age of consent for marriage. They had an age of consent for marriage as young as 7 years old. In the United States, for example, Delaware as a state, the age of consent for marriage was as young as 7 years old. And in countries, it could be anywhere from 10, 11, 12 years old. And only recently, they have raised the age to 18 years of age. So they recognize, at least on some level, historically, that this was a practice, and children at that kind of age can get married because that was the age of consent that they had within their law, within their legal system. But now it's seen as something that's abusive. It's seen as, well, you can't really consent to marriage until you are an adult. Okay, what does it mean to be an adult? What age does someone arrive at adulthood? These are disputed issues. These are disputed questions. And there's no real answer that the secular West can give. Why? Because if you just base it on science and biology, a person becomes biologically capable for sexual activity within at pubescence or very shortly before pubescence. Okay, so this is a biological fact, and if you're a hardcore materialist or a secularist, and you only accept what science tells you, then that means you'd have to accept the viability of marriage of children who are at that kind of age group. And this, you'd have to ask yourself, why did human beings evolve with this kind of maturity for reproduction at a certain age, unless it was fitness enhancing or evolutionarily adaptive? Okay, there must have been, if you have a Darwinian perspective as a hardcore materialist, then you'd have to acknowledge and accept that there's some kind of evolutionary benefit or fitness benefit to early sexual activity. And this is what causes a lot of headache and problems for psychologists and for the Western mind in general, because it's stuck between a cultural norm that's changing, a feminist norm that's saying that no, later and later marriage is only acceptable because that's the only point where someone can be technically mature enough. But biology says something different. Evolutionary biology says something different. And therefore scientific psychology says something different. So they are trapped in this kind of contradiction. I don't know if that addressed your question, but those are the things that just came to my mind.
Thank you very much. That really addressed my question.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum, brother. Mark O.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. First of all, welcome, brothers. I really appreciate the work that you have done throughout the stream, especially Brother Daniel. I have read his book lately, and it was absolutely a masterpiece. MashaAllah, tabarakallah. May Allah bless him in this dunya and the akhirah, inshallah. Okay, there are a couple of points. I'm going just to talk about them very quickly. I'm not going to take much time. First of all, I think that there is a false analogy that have been used in regards responding to feminism. And I think this analogy is not working at all, because they will keep asking and asking and asking. I think that the right analogy that we should use as Muslims is an analogy out of fundamentalism. What I mean by that is that we should question, okay, the basics of feminism. For example, we Muslims, we say the set of rights that have been established in Islam, it is proven to be correct because of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And what I mean by that is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is divine to be possessing the totality of knowledge, the totality of wisdom, you see. And because of that, just because of that, that makes Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala the only identity worthy of establishing any moral value, any epistemic, let me say, meaning, okay? He's the only worthy identity to do that just because he is possessing such attributes, which is holding the totality of knowledge, the totality of wisdom, and etc., other attributes also. But these attributes which makes him worthy. So anything that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says or orders the human beings to do in regards values and rights should be followed because it is the only rational and logical behavior to do. Because you, the human being, are divined to be bonded and limited in your knowledge. So when you try to question Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, it is what I always like to name as a suicidal kind of logical behavior. You shouldn't do that. But when we go into feminism, okay, when we look into the feminism, they're absolutely baseless. Why? Because it is originated from a limited, bonded human being in regards to knowledge. So that makes him not worthy of being followed. So that makes it a baseless doctrination or belief. So based upon that, I hope that any Muslim, when he goes into a discussion, into a debate with any feminist, okay, or even with secular, communist, liberals, it works in every kind of ism, if that term is correct, okay? I hope that they wouldn't try to discuss the little details that doesn't make sense. I think they should go to the fundamental points, which what I was elaborated upon just a couple of minutes ago, that you should question the basics of their belief. Is their belief really holding any kind of fundamental points, or is it just baseless, such as feminism? And also, I hope that all the sisters who comes to Muslims and they say that we are defending the women's rights, I hope that they don't use the feministic kind of narrative, because they are thinking, unfortunately, because of the society culture and etc., that they thinking that holding or defending the female rights is equivalent to feminism. But actually it is not, based on the argument that I have just talked about. We have a set of rights that have been proven to be infinitely correct, which is the Islamic set of rights of women. So we say, if you want to defend the rights of women, we are absolutely supporting you to do such thing. But use the Islamic narrative because it is rationally and logically correct. But if you used the feministic narrative, unfortunately, you are defending, which is by definition is baseless. I hope I didn't take much time. I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to bless you, brothers. Thank you very much.
What is the feminist narrative, though? Like, what do you mean, like, use the Islamic narrative?
What I mean by the Islamic narrative specifically is the set of rights that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala have established to be the women's rights, okay, in Islam.
But they don't accept that.
We should
they don't accept it.
Yeah, and beautiful. Based upon the argument that I just talked about, it makes their claim that feminism is using the right narrative of what is the women's rights. It makes them absolutely look absolutely like wrong. They are not correct in that because they are baseless. They don't have a philosophical, logical, rational construction of their argument because
they claim that they do
from a bonded, limited human mate.
They claim that they do. They claim that they do have a. They claim that they do have a solid rational basis for their beliefs, and they claim that just like you're appealing and we're appealing to Islam and women's rights as defined by Islam as true, they think that women's rights as defined by us is true and is logically based. Now you can bring up these points and say that, well, on a secular basis, you don't really have grounds because according to secularism, you know, we're the product of a blind evolutionary process. So how can you really trust the mind? Because it's just according to evolution, just the product of this random chance. So why should we think that it would be reliable in determining what is true and false and what is morally correct and what is morally incorrect? That's a great argument, but this is like a nuclear weapon of an argument, because you're like really destroying their belief in everything, which is fine. If you are in a position to have that kind of discussion and use the nuclear option, metaphorically speaking, and start questioning the entire basis of their epistemology, that's wonderful. But then if they're more sophisticated interlocutor, like some of these atheists, they'll say, no, maybe they're solipsistic, or maybe we believe in the power of direct experience. They can come up with some other basis to claim that their epistemology has a grounding and is consistent. In those cases, you're not going to be able to just apply or just say that, well, Islam says this because it's consistent. You have to have an independent basis for judging what Islam is prescribing in certain cases that makes sense, that actually appeal to people's reasoning ability so that they can grasp it, because you're trying to give evidence for why Islam is true. If you're trying to prove to someone or convince someone that Islam is true, you can't beg the question by assuming that Islam is true and then telling them, well, Islam is true, that's why you should accept these kinds of beliefs. In those kinds of conversations, you have to bring independent reasons and appeal to reasons that your interlocutor, who is not a Muslim, will actually accept. And in those cases, it's beneficial and valuable, and we see a precedent in the writing of the ulama where they will cite wisdoms. Okay, why did Allah prescribe this method of hijab, or this division of inheritance, or why did Allah put men in charge, and why is there a hadith that says that no nation will prosper or be successful who puts their affairs in the authority of a female leader? Why did the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam say that? What's the wisdom behind that? The scholars discuss this in detail. They don't just say, oh, well, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said it, so it's true. Of course it's true, but we can still reflect on it, and we can see the ayat that Allah has put in the world for us to recognize its truth. And when we do that, we can speak and we can converse with others, non-Muslims, to also explain to them and show them. And that becomes evidence for accepting Islam.
Beautiful, brother Daniel. MashaAllah, tabarakallah. Very good point. But I don't think that you have understood my point very good. What I meant to say specifically is that if you wanted, okay, to prove to a non-Muslim why the set of rights that have been defined in Islam is absolutely correct, and the set of rights that have been defined in their belief and their doctrination is completely incorrect, I should use, as you have said, the nuclear kind of weapon. I shouldn't go and talk about side details, because the side details is something that I'm going to talk about with a Muslim who's already believing in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, but he just wants to get that wisdom behind such orders. But when I'm talking to a feminist, she's going to question my kind of belief when I said to her, for example, that hijab is a very benefiting kind of thing to do in the society. She would say to me, but why should I believe in that? So we will go to the originating.
You believe in it because it's rationally coherent. You believe in it because it makes sense. You believe in it because there's all this evidence that you can see around you.
But still, brother Daniel, they will completely disagree with you from a subjective point of view. I need to destroy this subjectivism.
No,
I need to tell them that he doesn't hold any opinion.
Disagree with you. They can disagree with you on if they want to admit that they're being irrational, or that they can't accept facts that you've shown them and that you've proven to them. If they don't accept hijab because they see it as completely irrational and barbaric, they're not going to accept Islam. And you like pushing that on it, they'll say, fine, I'm not going to accept Islam, or I can't justify my worldview, I can't justify the basis of my epistemology, but I'm definitely not going to accept Islam because it has these practices which are so irrational. And you're telling me that the only way that I should just accept these practices because God said so. Well, I don't accept God.
That's exactly what they do.
Exactly. And I
see your
point.
Brother Mark, I think we have exceeded
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Take care, brother.
Okay, KL.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
So my message was specifically to Brother Daniel. I've been a really big fan of his work and his YouTube and everything that he's been doing, and I've been following him for a very long time, and I think that his message that he's trying to spread is really important, and I've agreed with most of the things that he said, but when it comes to like the subject about women, I feel like Daniel might be a bit blind.
Sorry, pardon, what was that? You agree with most of the stuff, but the subject about the women you disagree? So
Yeah, when he talks about women, it comes from a little bit of an aggressive and
can you be a bit more specific? Which part of the conversation about women, which was the whole stream, I think, that you reckon was aggressive, because I missed that.
So I always noticed that when he speaks about women, it's with very little experience. It's mostly about statistics and, you know, studies and stuff. And but I never questioned it until one day I saw a tweet of this Muslim girl saying, don't forget, basically, rape is not about what she was wearing. A woman will get raped either way. And Daniel quote tweeted it, like trying to disagree with it, saying that, okay, well, that means that seatbelts don't really do anything. And I think Daniel is misunderstanding the girl, because the girl is not saying that hijab doesn't help. She's not saying that hijab is wrong. She is just saying that
hijab doesn't prevent rape. Is that what you're saying?
And what is it?
Are you saying hijab does not prevent rape?
It definitely doesn't prevent rape.
Well, did Daniel say that? Or is it a straw man?
Daniel came off a bit insensitive. When it comes to rape, a lot of women are very sensitive to that topic, especially women who have experienced sexual assault.
I think I'll let Daniel
like
speak for himself. He's here.
All right. So, but what I want to say is that I feel like Daniel he's missing the point of the tweet, and he is, instead of agreeing and adding to the tweet, he responds with aggression. He responds with a completely different. He responds with disagreement. He should agree to it and add to the point. And I didn't like that he's not very. He doesn't take women's feelings into account when he talks about such topics. And yes, you've learned and you have knowledge and you know about studies and topics and statistics and you form your opinions based on that. But don't you have sisters? Don't you have a wife? Don't you? You know them. You know them personally. As somebody who has grown up in a strict household, and many of my friends, I've never seen a girl like you guys talk about. I've never seen, like, girls don't want those things. They don't try to fight Islamic laws. They want their rights in Islam. Like, they don't. And when most of the girls that I know too, they become feminists. But what you refer to when you talk about feminism, you're talking about liberal feminism, and liberal feminism is a joke. No one actually takes liberal feminism seriously. Those girls are not serious when they talk about liberal feminism. They're just bored. What people are talking about is radical feminism, and that they preach covering up. They actually preach they're against sex work. They're against all of that stuff. There are little differences when it comes to feminism. Of course, feminism in Islam it just doesn't work, as you always like to state, that we don't have equal rights in Islam. Yes, we are equal though, and I think that's something that we forget, as my comfort is just as important as the man's comfort. But we've never been taught that. And me and all of my friends, we've all grown up in households where our comfort is belittled. We're always belittled. Our feelings, our emotions, our comfort, everything. Like, for example, my brother will get to do anything that he wants, and he won't get in trouble. Even if he commits the biggest of sin, I'll get more in trouble if I, for example, I didn't cook today or something. That's just how we live. And I think it's something that you guys really disregard. And a woman's comfort is really disregarded. It's really disregarded. Her feelings, everything about her, the way that she lives, even her rights in Islam. Like, my sin is just as equal as my brother's sin, but it will never be in my parents' eyes. And I understand. I don't really talk about this with my parents because they're older. You know, I just try to take care of them. I don't have any time. They don't have any time for me to explain these things to them. But I want you, Daniel, who has a platform, to explain this to other people. I will take care of my parents, and I will not fight them on this. And I'll advise my brother on my own, because my dad doesn't make those things clear to him. When it comes to religion, he doesn't explain those things to him, and he emphasizes more things like work and money and this and that. For me, religion has been emphasized to me, and sin has been something major to me, and I'm very grateful to that because I grew up that way. I'm very upset that my brother didn't grow up that way, because now he's going to see sin smaller than I'm seeing it, and that's not okay. That's definitely not okay. Men should be treated as women when it comes to daughters and sons. If my brother is working, I will cook for him and I will clean for him and I will make sure that he's living comfortably. But when my comfort is disregarded and they still expect me to take care of my brother's comfort, it doesn't make sense to me. As you like to say that we have different rights in Islam. And I think that's different roles, different rights.
Wait,
that's very important.
before you get into another topic, how is your comfort being disregarded?
When it comes to, for example, I'm going to just use a very small example. If I'm tired or I have schoolwork or something, there was no such thing as asking my brother to help me around. There's no such thing. I'm going to find a way to, if I have an appointment, if I have something to do, I have to figure out a way to make it all work, because that's not in question for me, for my brother to help me. Like, if he's home for the entire week, he has no work for the entire week, and he's just lying around, my dad will never ask from him anything, maybe to mow the lawn or something.
So what happens, so if there's like a problem with the house, or paying with for some kind of tax, or making sure that all the bills are paid, does your dad take care of that, or your mom?
So my dad took care of it for the most part.
Okay, so does he have to work? Does he have to go out and make sure that there's enough money in the house to buy food, pay for all the bills, make sure that you have the clothes that you need, the house over your head? Does he take care of that? Is he responsible for that?
I think that's really important that you bring this up, because this is another topic that I had to talk about.
No, but is that the case? Like, can you answer
it is the case, but
okay, so that's
now,
your dad, right? Was your dad someone's brother? Your brother is going to be someone's dad in the future, right? Because he's going to be married, and then he's going to have all of those responsibilities, and he's going to have to take care of all of these things for his wife and for his kids and for his daughter, right? Your brother is going to have that same kind of responsibility that your father currently has, or unless you think that your father is slacking off in his duties.
I don't understand what your point is.
Well, you are complaining about a difference in treatment that between you and your brother. I don't know the exact situation. Maybe there is some kind of injustice that's taking place, but you said that you were uncomfortable because your schedule is not accommodated in the same way that your brother's schedule is. So he is more comfortable than you?
No, that's not what I said.
Then what did you
say? I think
say?
that if you don't listen with an open mind and an open heart,
No, just explain it. No, I have an open heart. Please explain.
My comfort is not equal to my brother's. There's nothing more to
it. Can you please define that? Because that's a very broad, general thing that you're saying. I think your parents might be offended that you're complaining about them in this way in a public forum. Why are your parents not taking care of your comfort in the same way that they're taking care of your brother's?
Yeah, sister, I understood the same way as Brother Daniel did. Are you saying that in terms of domestic help, your brother doesn't help as much as you would like him to help?
What do you mean?
No, let her define. Let her explain what is the lack of comfort that she has compared to her brother. And I want her to think about it in terms of her parents, because your dad and mom have different roles, perhaps. Correct me if I'm wrong.
This is a public platform, so I will not disclose any of my family's information. But
you just disclosed a lot about your family, so why can't you answer that? Explain why. What does your dad do? I asked who takes care of the bills, who is the one who's the primary breadwinner, who has to go out in the world and toil and break his back to make sure that you're comfortable, that your mother is comfortable, that your brother is comfortable. And you said, yes, your dad is primarily responsible for that.
Why are you saying, when you talk about men and their work, you say words like that. You say sentences like that. They go out there and they break their back.
Yes, that's the reality.
Okay, but women are disregarded too. Like,
no, women also work. Women also work. I didn't say that women don't work, but there's a difference in the nature of the work and the difficulty of the work and the danger of the work. Why do you think the the life expectancy of men is so much lower than women. Why? Because men are living a comfortable life, especially in the Muslim world, right?
I didn't come on here to talk about statistics. I'm explaining to you as a Muslim sister. I just wanted to give you my viewpoint along with many girls, almost every girl that I know.
Well, this is the problem. Your viewpoint has to be based on reality, not a myth that you've been fed because of feminist nonsense.
What's a myth and what's reality?
The myth is that you think that you're being abused. The myth is that you think that you are the victim of a system that is oppressing you. That's the myth. And you don't recognize that your brother and your father also have to toil, and they also have to work, and they also have to suffer, and they also have to be uncomfortable. That's the myth.
I've never disregarded any work that they've done for me.
Okay, alhamdulillah.
Yeah, I think sister, in terms of reality, obviously you can only answer about your family, and that's the reason. It's not to get personal with you or anything. Do you actually feel that in your home there is some discrepancy in the gender roles?
Yes.
Okay, so that is something that Daniel has nothing to do with, right?
No.
I want her to clarify. I want her to clarify why.
Yeah.
What's the discrepancy? Where's the injustice? Point to me that something unjust, and I will be truthful and honest and say that is wrong and unjust. But you have not done that.
Like I said, I don't want to disclose too much.
No, but we need to know the problem if you want a solution. You came here hoping for a solution, I hope.
No, she came here to complain about men.
See, that's the problem. When any girl tries to tell you or explain to you.
No, don't generalize. Don't generalize.
Yeah.
Just answer the question.
Answer what question?
If you think there is some
what's the injustice that you're suffering?
Then you tell us, even if it's general, don't be specific.
I came here for a message to brother that he is very insensitive when it comes to women, and just like right now, he has demonstrated his.
Sorry, you don't get a pass. Like, you came onto this forum and you want to ask questions, and we responded to you. If this is insensitive to you, then don't come to this forum. If you feel offended by anything that we're saying, just don't participate. It's very simple. We're not trying to hurt your feelings. You called into this show.
I'm not saying that you've hurt my feelings. I don't care about my situation, and I didn't come on here because of my situation. I was just trying to explain majority of women's situation. And I think when you talk about women and you talk about what women do.
Okay, majority of situation, that's statistics, right? You want to talk about the majority of women, right? So that requires statistics.
Well, I'm speaking about women that I know, women that I
Okay, then it's not majority. The women you know are not the majority of women in the world, right?
I'm talking about the majority of the women that I've seen.
Okay, that you have seen. That's not the majority of women. I've seen perhaps more women than you've seen.
You see them with a different viewpoint.
Yeah, it's subjective, because if you're going to talk about majority of only the people that you know, then it's subjective, isn't it? We cannot know exactly which women you're talking about, what problems.
If it takes statistics for you to understand a woman's situation, I think that just shows that you care.
I don't think Brother Daniel only brings statistics.
Hey, don't say that we don't care about women. I don't know about these brothers. I have a wife. I have many female family members that I take care of and I love, and I have an open heart towards. Don't say that I'm insensitive. Don't project these kinds of things on me. That's not fair. You don't know my relationship with women.
Sorry, sister, I want to go back to the very first point that you raised with regards to hijab, or something about sisters who wear hijab do not get raped or something like that. Was that your perspective of what Daniel actually believes?
What was my perspective?
I don't know. You mentioned something about hijab and rape.
I thought that Daniel, he could have addressed it in a different way. He addressed it in a very insensitive way.
So what do you think was the point that Daniel made that you were uncomfortable with?
I was uncomfortable that he was saying that he was disagreeing. It was almost like he was disagreeing with what the girl said.
Okay, so why didn't you ask him the question now?
I already stated it in the beginning.
Okay,
I don't know why.
You want my response?
Okay.
You want me to respond to your claim that I was insensitive, or you just want to assert it?
Yeah.
Well, okay, tell me, Daniel, why did you reply to her tweet in that way?
So what I find insensitive, and in fact I find it quite offensive and wrong, is when these feminists, or people who are not feminists but they talk and walk like feminists, say that hijab doesn't have any kind of practical benefit. Yes, I know that people in hijab can be abused. People in hijab can be assaulted and harassed. Yes, unfortunately, that is a sad reality. But that doesn't mean that the hijab does not protect women. That does not mean that hijab does not shield women from harassment. It does not mean that the hijab does not protect women from the kind of abuse that the women who dress naked and dress in all kinds of inappropriate ways experience, right? The hijab has a practical benefit and a ni'mah, and it's a ni'mah for the believers. And that's why Allah has prescribed it amongst many other reasons. So to say that this kind of feminist point that, oh, people in hijab also get sexually assaulted. Okay, so what? People who wear seatbelts also die in car accidents. That doesn't mean that the seatbelt is useless or it has no practical function.
Okay, when you say it in that way, it can sound like the blame is on the woman.
That's a projection. I didn't say that.
And I'm telling you, that's why I'm here to tell you that.
Right. Well, then I corrected corrected the misapprehension of what I said. As I did in the tweet and in the comments, I have to constantly make this point. But you're trying to silence the point by appealing to insensitivity and feelings. It's irrelevant.
No,
it's irrelevant. You have to be sensitive. If you want to be sensitive about the attack on Islam. Be sensitive about the attack on hijab. Be sensitive about this feminist assault that is trying to make the hijab seem like a cultural artifact, that it has no purpose, it has no reason, it's just a cultural. If you want to be sensitive and you care about Islam and you care about Muslim women, you care about Muslim women, how about giving them some izzah? How about giving them some pride in the hijab, love for the hijab, by saying this is the most rational way to dress, the most rational moral way to live your life and to present yourself in public? How about doing that? How about being sensitive instead of Muslim women who are constantly having to think that the head covering is just has no purpose? We just do it because Allah wants us to jump through hoops for no reason. Okay, this is for your benefit. How about helping the iman of all these Muslim women who have doubts and shubuhat because of the hijab, because they're constantly attacked by feminists? Are you sensitive to them? Are you sensitive to those Muslim women?
I don't know how many people that you've dealt with, how many women that you've dealt with who have demonized the hijab or demonized Islam, but it's almost like you cannot see anyone else. You've dealt with so many of them that you cannot see anyone else. That girl, I have followed her on Twitter for so long. I have benefited her from her for so long. She explains everything to everyone. She talks about the roles of women in Islam and make sure that we are not lacking in any way. She talks about almost everything. I think when she tweeted that, you attacked her so quickly without understanding.
I didn't attack her. I didn't
you saw
attack
her
her.
tweet
I put a simple sentence.
You saw her.
It is because she's using exactly the lines of feminists. And that's something that needs to be responded to.
That you're still thinking about feminists when she has clarified that she's not a feminist.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you don't identify. If you're using the same lines as feminists, then I'm addressing the line. I didn't address the person.
Just because just because a feminist has used the line doesn't mean that that line is no longer making sense. It doesn't mean that it's invalidated now. You make no sense.
Yeah, but I addressed the sentence. I didn't know her personal life story and her whole, that's irrelevant to addressing if you make a public statement, this is the thing. Twitter and social media is not like your personal clubhouse for just your friends. You're making a statement that millions could potentially see, Muslims and non-Muslims. So you put out a damaging feminist statement, like when a Muslim woman says, "My body, my choice." Okay, I will criticize that. No, it's not your body. We are a creation of Allah. I'll criticize that. Maybe you had a different reason for putting that in the public sphere, but if you don't want to be criticized for your public statements, don't post publicly. It's very simple. If you're too sensitive to handle public criticism and people are not going to take into account your backstory and what you've experienced in your life, then don't post on social media. It's very simple. Don't criticize people who want to point out the flaws in your public statements. Okay, if you have a problem, defend yourself.
She didn't say
seatbelts also you can wear. Yes, she did. Seatbelts. People who wear seat. What did I say that was wrong? What did I say that was wrong? Seatbelts. People who wear seatbelts also die. Is that what's wrong with that statement?
Your point is different.
People who wear seatbelts also die. What's wrong
didn't
with
say
that
that
statement?
hijab doesn't have any benefits. She is explaining that it is not. You should not blame yourself as a woman, and that men are still to blame, regardless of what a woman was wearing. And if you don't agree with this, that a man is fully to blame when he commits such a sinful act. If you do not agree with this, then I don't know what else to say to you, because you're showing your insensitivity towards women, and you have no ghira over your woman.
Okay, whatever you say.
All right, let's agree to disagree there. I think we will probably go to and fro all day. Jazakallah, sister, for coming and sharing your views. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum. All right, we got sister or brother, I don't know, W? P? PA? Gone.
Maybe troll.
Right.
Yeah, people in the comments are saying time for her to pray to Allah that her family treats her better. She didn't even want to say what was the big crime that her family has committed against her. She went on and on about complaining about her family, but she didn't actually, when we pressed her on, okay, explain why, what is the mass injustice that you're suffering, she went silent and suddenly didn't want to share
I think it was that
personal
one
detail.
tweet, Daniel, I think it was that one tweet really probably touched us some nerves.
Bring that tweet. Yeah, show the tweet and let me see where's the attack and what was so insensitive about it. I really want to know.
Maybe next time when she's here. I'll just quickly share the tweet. Somebody sent it to me. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay. Can you see it?
Yeah, exactly.
Looks familiar?
Yeah. See, there is accountability, okay? Yeah. There is accountability, and I have written about this, but social media will ban you if you make a very simple point. So I'll just use an analogy. If you are a man, okay, and you go out in the middle of Central Park in New York City, which has a known very high crime rate, and you go and you're carrying a lot of money in your wallet and you get mugged, is it your fault that you got mugged? No, the blame is on the mugger, the thief, the robber who is assaulting you and taking your money. But do you have a responsibility not to expose yourself to that danger? Yes, you do. Yes, you do. And if there is a massive epidemic of muggers and people who are committing crimes, then you have to look at, it would be silly to constantly tell people, to tell people, oh, muggers are bad, mugging is bad, stealing is bad. Yeah, we know it's bad, but there's this epidemic. How are we going to address it? How are we going to address the epidemic? No, you can't address the epidemic. That's shifting the blame. That's blaming the victim. Mugging is bad, stealing is bad, mugging is bad. Muggers shouldn't do that. Well, guess what? Muggers are criminals. They're not going to listen to you telling them that it's bad. Okay, what else can be done? If this is an epidemic, if this is a massive problem, what else can be done systematically? And what can you do as an individual to prevent becoming victimized? That is a valid question, right? And people are given tips. Avoid going out at night. Do not carry large sums of money. Do not flash, your phone or your watch or something that will attract a thief. Make sure to avoid certain dark pathways. Those are all tips that are given to people, and people who are wise and informed and educated, they prevent themselves from getting mugged by taking the appropriate precautions. Islam gives us a system of life exactly to prevent the kind of harm that comes from immoral people who don't care if you constantly are telling them that what they're doing is wrong. Islam gives you that solution, but to bring it up and to talk about, oh, you're victim blaming. Oh, no, mugging has nothing to do with whether you walk out at night or whether you're flashing your bling and your wallet. And this is nonsense. And in every single example of crime, it's obvious that it's nonsensical. There's only one specific kind of crime that we cannot talk about in logical terms because that's insensitive and that's victim blame. In reality, all this is one gender taking all blame and accountability off of themselves for something that they do have a hand in and they can prevent, just like with any other kind of crime. And none of that is blaming the victim. None of that is saying that women we have to blame women because they get raped. No, this is nonsense.
All right, Jazakallah khair. Assalamu alaikum, brother Muhammad Rashid.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Nice to meet you, brothers. I'm good.
Likewise, nice to have you here.
So,
got a question
yeah.
for us?
Actually, brother, I want to make a point. Actually, I am a big fan of you and brother Mansur and brother Daniel, everyone. But actually, what I seen in this stream so far, it looks like to me that it's more against women than more against feminism to me, because the last girl she came, and I don't think she's fairly treated.
Why? What did we not do that was fair?
Because brother, I don't want to fight here. I just want to say that when we talk to our,
you're making an accusation that we didn't treat her fairly. So explain.
Because I see brother Mansur and brother Hashim, they always talk to the Christians or atheists, but today I feel this stream is against a Muslim girl. You are talking to her aggressively that you shouldn't come in the stream. I think that is not fair, because everyone should come and everyone should give their opinion, right? Maybe they're wrong.
You
misunderstood why
Brother
make a
Daniel
point
said.
here, I'm sorry to interject here. I've been, obviously, as you've probably noticed, I'm allowing our esteemed guest to respond, to answer, to explain. I mean, I'm not here to just, interject and so on and so forth. I've allowed the sisters to speak. I've allowed Ust Daniel to respond. So if you're now saying I'm being complacent because I did not somehow interject Ust Daniel in his response to the sister, I mean, you're being very unfair to myself and to Hashim as well. I mean, brother Muhammad,
I don't want to be a brother.
Brother Muhammad, you're cutting me off.
Sorry, brother.
Yes. So what I'm saying is I've been listening quite attentively to the whole discussion. I mean, I don't know the background of the tweets and so on and so forth. And I agree that there is a sentiment issue here, issues of emotionality here. The sister somehow doesn't appreciate in the way, for example, Ust Daniel approaches a certain topic. I mean, we are all different. If you can somehow, not be sensitive to the onslaught of the feminists' attack on Islam and Islamic symbols, if hijab is a symbol for Muslim women, her identity, and then you're being insensitive because you're thinking, okay, doesn't matter how people explain hijab. This is Ust Daniel's point. You have to really defend the symbol for what it is. You can't just let people just talk about, the hijab is like a bin bag over your head and so on and so forth and remain silent just because, the one who's explaining or using it in her tweets or whatever, she's very nice and everything else she says. So if you have noticed here, I mean, the sister's coming along only with the approach that Ust Daniel has taken. Not that the response he's provided is against, all women or Muslim women or Western women, or blaming the what event has happened to the women. If a rape is happened, he's not saying it's because of woman's fault. That is not what he's trying to say at all whatsoever. It's just simply saying the way it is then molded and presented by a feminist or using feminism language, that is what the issue is. And we would like and we would appreciate if our sisters can understand, why we are trying to do what Ust Daniel is trying to, speak in this manner or tweet in this manner. If he is seen to have been aggressive, I mean, this was your opportunity to explain and question and challenge him why you're aggressive, and then he explained quite well. And if you've heard the explanation, there wasn't an aggressive tone. This is the approach that he's going to be in a way like very strict and direct, that he's not going to sugarcoat. I mean, Daniel is known very well that he doesn't sugarcoat anything. He will strictly speak what is true and what is right. if people find that that is offensive, if we'll find that it's like somehow, like, oh, how can you say that? It's my friends are watching, my colleagues are watching and listening and so on, and I feel ashamed for that. Simply, I would simply say, look, it's not about, how you want to present your deen to the others. Truth is something that needs to be manifest quite clearly, whether you like it or not. We are not going to sugarcoat the issues of apostasy, issues of slavery, issues of, the how, polygamy is allowed in Islam and so on. Islam came up with this law from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and we don't need to be apologetic for this. And that is the message, Ust Daniel, as I understand, is presenting in his public tweets, in his public platform, whether they say, his, any appearances in his podcast and so on and so forth. You, brother, come along and you're trying to be, somehow trying to say, look, sister, we agree with you, but this is not to, somehow, come in this. I would personally say this is not the right way. If we have disagreements, this is not the platform to share our disagreements, saying you're right, you're wrong, you're being sensitive or you're being insensitive. If you have any constructive criticism, you're more than welcome. You can say, Daniel, the way you've handled it is wrong because of X, Y, and Z. But instead of what you're saying is, look, you've treated her wrongly, and brother, this is not right. I'll give you an opportunity now to speak to Daniel directly and tell him what was the wrong approach here in terms of what he's taken to the sister. How did you feel offended when I didn't? I'd like to know personally.
Yeah, thank you, brother, for the opportunity. Actually, what are the points you are making and Daniel making, all are true. Actually, all are true, but the thing is, when our Prophet, our Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam, when he dealt with the women, especially his wives, he dealt with great sensitivity and politeness. That was my point. So when we dealt with our girls, our daughter, our sister, we should deal like that.
So the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam never scolded his wives?
I don't think so.
You don't think so, or you don't know so?
As far as I know,
because you. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, he didn't do that.
That's not true. That's not true. He scolded them.
Maybe I don't know.
And yeah, okay. If you don't know, then don't say. Don't appeal to the example of the Prophet.
Okay, brother. Whatever
you don't know the example.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe. Yeah. So as far as I know, that our Prophet always dealt with his wives and his sister, his whatever the ladies he talked with. He talked with great politeness. Most of the time, maybe there is exception, and that was.
I don't think that I was not polite.
Yeah.
I do not think that I was impolite to the sister. Where was the impoliteness? Did I call her names? I just asked her some questions, right?
That's just my thought, brother. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay.
You also said, Muhammad, that throughout the stream we were against women, not against feminism. What did you mean by that statement?
Actually, that is maybe wrong because I don't hear the whole stream. But
you came with that statement in the very beginning.
You shouldn't be making accusations which are untrue, Anyway,
Yeah,
brother, I think we get the point you're making. You're just basically saying, in a nutshell, be polite
Yeah.
with sisters. Am I right?
Exactly. But I want to follow our Prophet. Yeah.
I think you should read the
I think
Sirah.
we should be polite to everyone, not just sisters. We should be polite to everyone.
And
you, brother
another point I want to give, that our Prophet, when he come back from outside, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, when he came back from outside, he helped his wife in the household work.
Yeah, nobody's denying that, bro.
Yeah, mashallah.
Yeah.
No one here is denying that.
Beautiful.
All right. Thank you very much, brother.
Thank you, brother.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum.
Actually, there was someone else in the comments. They said that women should be given the right to work, and what was the other thing? The right to educate. And I'm like, did we say they are not allowed to work or they're not allowed to get educated? So lots of strawman arguments out there. Maybe it comes from certain cultures, where they might not allow their female folks to study or at least higher studies, and they don't allow them to work. I mean, that's
and I think
different, isn't it?
I think also when we do a stream or a podcast on feminism, people automatically assume we are anti-feminist. In the sense, like everything, all women's rights, we're against them. That's how people perceive. Like, you know, if feminism is about women's right, and you're talking against feminism, that means you are actually against women's rights. That is absolutely not correct. So you need to understand where we're coming from. We're coming from an Islamic paradigm where Islam has laid down the roles and duties of man and women and the status of men and women. If we don't appreciate and understand where we are and what we are, then of course we will fall short into the traps of the feministic ideology, because feminism, as I mentioned from the very beginning of my introduction, is not just a political or a social-political movement, it's also an ideological movement. And when there's an ideological clash, which ideology would you prefer to hold and uphold and follow? Are you going to follow the ideology of feminism or ideology of Islam when there is a clash? And this is precisely what Ust Daniel was talking about. You have to go to the roots of your deen, which is Islam, and then stick to it fundamentally, believe in it, have trust in it. If you don't trust, you know, your creator, if you don't trust Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and his legislature, then of course we will fall into the trap that we see all around us. Jazakallah khairan, you know, for those who are making, may Allah open all our hearts and minds to understand our deen better. Fawzia.
You need to unmute yourself, Fawzia. Oops. We didn't remove them, they went away. This brother's been waiting for a while. Camera. Is that right? How I said it?
Hello?
Yes, Kebra.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can, yeah.
Hi, I hope all you guys are great. I appreciate the marathon because you guys are going on and on. Especially you, Daniel, it feels like you're in a boxing ring taking on like all the challengers.
Oh, trust me, he's just getting started.
It's really interesting. I'm a non-Muslim, interested in your religion. I find it super interesting. I find Daniel's approach very refreshing because he really goes straight to the point. There's no wiggling when he goes and explains something. So it's very, very nice. Second thing I would like to say, I'll try to speak a little bit faster. So I'm French, and I wanted just to dissipate two misconceptions or inaccuracies that Daniel said earlier. The first thing is there's no law against hijab. There's a law against religious signs. All right, just so we're more accurate. So if you have a kippah, if you have a cross, you can't come. You're not allowed to wear that either, right? And second thing is the charter is supposed to ask Muslims, you know how you talked about the charter, it's supposed to ask Muslims to maybe sign an agreement that we agree with the values that constitute our society. And you know, if we can't agree on those basic values, then there's a problem. So that's to put that aside. I'll come to my question.
Sorry, did you just say that France did not ban hijab at all? Is that what he said?
No. I said they ban religious symbols.
So they did ban hijab, right?
Yeah.
Thank
hijab amongst other things. I
just wanted to clarify that, yeah.
But wait, but before you move on to your question, let me just respond. The wearing a cross is not the same as the requirement in Islam to wear hijab. So this is might be a law that's worded in a neutral way, but the impact of the law disproportionately affects Muslims. So that we have to acknowledge.
Yeah,
that's fine. I just want to make it accurate, so it's not like in our law we put no hijab. That's not what we do, okay? And maybe it does.
Of course you don't, because that makes it more problematic, because you're hiding, because the law, I don't mean you, but the law is hiding its discriminatory nature. That's all.
It's a topic. It's not the topic tonight, so I'm not going to go on.
No, but
I
it
really
is.
have.
It's the topic is about feminism, and I
Yeah,
think
yeah. I guess.
hijab is something which the feminists take objection to. Do you have an objection to the hijab? A Muslim having the choice to wear hijab, do you consider it that she should have a choice or should not have a choice to wear hijab?
I definitely think she should have a choice.
Okay. Do you think,
I don't think,
brother, do you think it is equally wrong for someone to force the hijab off her?
Yes,
by
yes.
law
No, no.
or by force?
Yeah. I think I disagree with the law, even though I kind of understand what they really mean, but they're really, it's really a bad way to achieve what they want to achieve, right?
Okay.
But anyways, my question and my first, I have two questions. The first one is I was listening to a podcast with Sana Saeed and some Australian journalists, a very interesting podcast, and they came and talked about like what women have to go through in the Muslim community, especially on Muslim Twitter. And I think Daniel inadvertently is becoming the leader of that type of feeling that they get, that they don't have a space to express as women and as Muslim women their their issues. Like they say they want to ascertain their right to work, to own property, and to be treated with respect, to have space to pray in the masjid. And they say, like, you know, as soon as they come up with issues like that, like, I haven't seen it for myself because I don't live on Muslim Twitter. I don't really know what that means. But what they were trying to say is, as soon as they raise an issue, they get characterized as feminist. And when they get characterized as feminist, they get thrown. All their arguments get thrown out automatically. They don't even get to argue. So Daniel, don't you think maybe there should be a space created? I mean, your points are very valid, but at the same time, can you see the other side of the argument and say, well, okay, we need a space so we can talk about these issues, and we need to be able to have the voices of the people who have these issues heard, so that we can work on them and not automatically dismiss them as feminism. That's my first question.
I mean, this is so ridiculous. What do you mean a space to discuss issues? Twitter is going to is an open forum. It's public. Anyone can register and talk. And I have no authority, unfortunately, to shut down anyone's Twitter account. In fact, it's men and those who speak out against feminism who are constantly being shut down by being blocked on Twitter or being removed. Their accounts are suspended, sometimes permanently, for saying anything against feminism or that contradicts the kind of liberal value system that's being imposed on the entire world. So this kind of self-victimization is frankly laughable, and it's certainly not plausible. There is nothing. Feminists can talk about whatever they want on Twitter and in public. If you mean space in the masjid, mosques in the US, almost universally, they all have space for women. And I think that there's nothing wrong with that, because the majority opinion is that women should be allowed to go and pray in the masjid. There is a minority opinion that says that no, women should not go to going to the mosque is not a legitimate reason for women to leave the home. And those minority of masajid might not have like a big space for women, and that's fine. That's also represented within Islamic law and the Islamic tradition. And I think that if you're going to respect the Islamic tradition as a Muslim, then you respect this kind of difference of opinion. So I think that women are very important. Their voices are very important. My wife, Khalid, has her own channel, which I am the one who promoted her to have to have a Facebook page, to have a role in teaching about feminism and about homeschooling and women's issues, because I think her voice is very important as a counterweight to all of this liberal, secular, feminist garbage that is being mass distributed to the Muslim world with very little pushback. So I'm the one who actually want to platform Khalid, so my wife, who is Harvard educated. She's a hafidha of the Quran. She's memorized the entire Quran. MashaAllah, she's very knowledgeable and I love her very much. And she is doing such amazing, great work. And she has had lectures on feminism that you can watch on YouTube, or you can go to her channel. I think women's voice is very important. And in my life, she is the one who helps me make decisions. And sometimes we disagree, and sometimes she's right, sometimes I'm right. And we have, alhamdulillah, a great family. And this is the kind of, I think she has a lot of wisdom to share. So I'm a promoter of a woman's voice, but there are rules and there are values within Islam regarding modesty, regarding visibility of women, regarding the hierarchy within a marriage. And this has to be conveyed in a holistic way. And so this straw man of, oh, you don't respect women, or you're not giving space to women, or you're shutting out women, this is nonsense. This is just a feminist tactic to deflect legitimate criticism of what is a very cancerous, toxic ideology, which is harming millions of people all around the world and continues to create so much harm and suffering for humanity.
Sorry, Kamra, can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
Do you think if any sister shows some tendency of feminism in whatever she tweets or whatever she says, are you saying that we are not allowed to call them a feminist?
No, I'm saying it's become, and that's what they were expressing, it's become a way to not address the issues that you're not counter-arguing based on the Quran and the Sunnah. You're not saying, okay, well, you know, some girls, that's what they were saying. Some girls will say, I'm just trying to ascertain my rights given to me by the Prophet, right? And as soon as I try to do that,
what I'm asking is about.
As soon as I try to do that, I get called a feminist. So basically,
what I'm asking, brother, is this: when a sister clearly shows that whatever she's tweeting or whatever she's saying has feminist written all over it, are you saying we're not allowed to call them a feminist?
I think the best way should be to counter argue her points and counter argue her arguments, and not just call her an epithet and not address the points. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so we shouldn't call feminists now.
Sure. I think it's
okay. I think you're more feminist than the feminists.
No, I'm saying, well, if she calls herself a feminist, then you call her
no one is going to call themselves a feminist if they don't want to be identified as a feminist. But when they speak, you know, what we can only judge from what they say or what they write. We cannot know what's in their heart. Yes,
exactly.
So even if they don't want to say they are a feminist, but when they write and when they speak, it's got feminism written all over it, then why can't we call a spade a spade? You know, that's all I'm saying.
Not address the points. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. So we shouldn't call feminists now.
Sure. I think
it's a basic point. Yeah. So no one, like, I don't do that. Have I?
No one is going to call themselves.
So this whole conversation that we had,
to be identified as a feminist. I think somebody's going there. You know, what tab open there? We judge from Sister Zakari. You're right. We cannot do what's in the heart. Yes?
Exactly.
So even if they don't want to say they are a feminist, you still got the when they are let me just mute you for a second. And okay. Camera, you want to make a point? I think we have discussed much already. So anyway, thank you very much for your point.
Last question. It's a little bit of a tricky one, and
can we leave this question out if you don't mind? We have other guests
maybe
waiting.
Next time, yeah.
So can you give me one more, please? That was my main question. Please. That was my main question.
Your question is going to require perhaps a long answer. I mean, we would appreciate if you don't mind, to allow other people to join in, and they've been waiting quite patiently. I
must insist. I really want the answer to this question, please. It's a really important question.
Okay, go on quickly.
Okay. Brief question
quickly,
and brief
okay.
answer.
So let's say a Muslim couple, married couple, have an argument and they're not happy with each other, and then later on that same evening, the man comes and asks and requests to have intercourse. Is the woman obligated to have intercourse? That's my last question. Thank you.
Yes, she is.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
That was quick. All right.
Yeah, but let me just clarify. Yes, she's obligated. And does that mean that he can, violently hurt her or harm her? No. So he can't harm her. But is she obligated in the sense that she'll be sinful to refuse just because she's upset? Yes, she would be sinful, and that's very clear in Islam that that's the case. And why shouldn't that be the case? So if they get into an argument, and the man says, okay, no more rent. I'm not paying the rent anymore. I'm not going to go buy dinner. I'm not going to have dinner for us or buy food because I'm upset with you. Deal with it. Is that just? Is the man obligated to continue to pay the rent and to buy the food even though he's upset? Yes, he is. Yes, he is. He's forced to do that. He's obligated to do that despite his feelings. Why don't people ask about that? Why don't people, make a big deal about that?
Good point. Assalamu alaikum, Zakaria. Can you hear us? Zakaria, can you hear us? We can't hear you. Okay.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Are you brothers doing good?
Yes, alhamdulillah. Can you make your question brief or your comments brief, please?
Okay, so there's a few points about the other sister that came on earlier. It's interesting how she came on like posing as a fan, yet quickly her narrative changed and became more of a critic and defending a certain thing. I don't think you tweeted anything wrong there, Daniel. I think it was a very valid analogy and metaphor you gave in regards. It's just a comparison. It's a method of comparison. She said something towards the end, which I don't think you guys picked up on. She mentioned that if you men don't have ghira for your women, she threw a little shot there, a little indirect. That's a bit interesting when the narrative you're coming from, Daniel, and I like your work, may Allah bless you. You're doing something which is missing with many of the du'at in this society and this day and age. So may Allah bless you for that, akhi, big up. So the narrative you're coming with is a narrative which is promoting haya and ghira amongst the women, not only refuting liberal ideologies and these isms and schisms, but mainly, you're addressing the whole ghira and haya point. There is one point I do want to say about these isms and schisms, but before that, akhi, I just want to say to you, Daniel, there was a video you did, I think last year or something, about where you got a bit of the KGB defector Yuri Benzinimov, and you try to draw a comparison on how they used to use the art of subversion, and you basically did an analogy on how Islam is being ideologically subverted. I think if I can advise you to go through that video again, the actual KGB interview, and there's another video as well, an interview actually done by Yuri Benzinimov. And there is many things actually which you could bring about. I think you only covered like the first 10 minutes or something. There is a lot of stuff that you can bring if, whenever you get time, inshallah.
You're saying it's the same interview, like just the longer version?
No, that's one video. That video is lengthy. It's about an hour and 16 minutes, I believe. An hour and 3 minutes. There's another interview which is where he sat down with another interviewee and he's talking about his time in India and how it's similar, but it's talking from other methods that the Soviet Union used in regards with using the tactic of subversion. But I do want to talk to you about one thing which is related to these isms and schisms, and really and honestly, akhi, this comes down to one thing, and the matter is that a matter of aqidah. The people nowadays, don't want to understand the correct aqidah. The thing is we're living in a time where we've been around 100 years without a khilafah, and we're living in the West where Muslims are, subhanAllah, it's a strange time we're living in, where there's these isms and schisms, feminism and liberalism. You have a scholar, you have a da'i, you have a caller calling to the gates of Jahannam in any type of Islam you want. It's his Islam. If you have a certain narrative of Islam, there will be a da'i, there will be a religious figure that is calling to that. The likes of Abu Layth and Mufti Menk. And I actually went on another stream a few weeks ago with two other speakers, Kona Du'at, and I was bashed for mentioning that the younger generations are not affected by issues like racism. They're affected by issues like liberalism because they are listening to the likes of Omar Suleiman and Mufti Menk. And I got bashed and quite negatively approached by mentioning the Mufti Menk's name. Khair, that's not the point. But in one of the videos you did, Akhir, you did an analysis of Omar Suleiman at a, I don't know, some...
Brother, if you don't mind, we don't want to start a personal, clash between people. I mean, this is quite well known what's happening. We don't need to repeat here in this forum. If you have anything else to comment on specifically on the issues of feminism, without mentioning names or organization, that would be helpful. We know who is for and against, so there's no need to repeat the names here. It's not going to be very conducive or beneficial. I mean, it's going to seem like it's like a personal attack when they're not here to defend the position. If you know what I mean.
Afwan, akhi, no problem. No, so I just wanted to say a general thing. I covered most of the points. I just wanted to come to a general thing and a question on how there can be a method of communication to the people that are involved in da'wah, to the people that are, on the front lines of da'wah, to focus and emphasize on the correct aqidah, because we see brothers like Daniel that are involved in that, and generally speaking, not just feminism, but all of these other ideologies that are against Islam and aqidah. How do we push that narrative with the people, and how do we get them back? Because there's some ways that you are doing, Daniel, but people either love you or they hate you. That's how it is. I don't see a balance, unfortunately. Jazakallah khair, and sorry for taking up too much time and going for many points. May Allah bless you all.
Ameen.
Barakallahu feek.
Wa feekum.
Let's see if we can get Fosia back again.
Fosia, you need to.
Do we want to address? Should we address the question though?
Yes.
Because I think it was like, how do we address aqidah? I think aqidah is really important, but you have to go over to the basics of aqidah in a lot of cases. And the most basic aspect of aqidah is that Islam is about submission to Allah and to Allah alone. So this is tawheed. This is the meaning of la ilaha illallah. And tawheed has different components, and one of the main components of tawheed is that you are submitting to Allah, you are worshiping Him alone without any partners, and that means that you cannot worship your ahwa, your whims and desires and prejudices and biases. So this is a very important message about tawheed that du'at have to keep emphasizing, because we're in a time of whims and desires and ahwa and these false ideologies that are trying to compete as objects of worship with Islam. And that's how you have Muslims who are feminists, because they haven't recognized and understood tawheed. How can you obey the dictates of feminism instead of obeying Allah, instead of obeying the commands of Allah? This is a misunderstanding of tawheed. It is a misunderstanding of what it means to be a Muslim and to submit to Allah. So this is a very important, critical message of aqidah that needs to be conveyed by du'at in a very simple and clear and direct way.
Sister Fosia, can you please unmute yourself?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi
wa barakatuh. Jazakallah khair for the opportunity to speak. I just wanted to mention that now we're essentially in about the second or close to being the third generation post-colonialism, and in particular, many communities are reeling on the post-feminism impact on our families. And I think even if you do come from a practicing family, you don't realize the impact of feminism until a woman is a little bit older, maybe in her early 30s to mid 30s. She's done, you know, her career thing. She's maybe gotten married. She now has children. She realizes, wait, I am completely unfulfilled. And thinking that feminism and this rah rah hooray charade would have filled the gap that, subhanAllah, that Islam, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the love of the deen would have done. And so I just want to put a message out there to our sisters to say we need to wake up. We need to learn about this deen. We need to understand that this is something that's not only corrupting ourselves, even if you don't put that label upon yourself, but it is going to be corrupting our next generation, and it will impact the ummah negatively. And I think there are several things that we can do to counter this. Number one, we need to understand, what it is to be a female and what it is our role in whatever hat we're wearing, whether it is as a mother, as a wife, as a sister, because subhanAllah, we are not men. We are not men. We've been conditioned to think that we were, to act in a way, to be aggressive, to be assertive. And of course, these things are good, but there's also a way to communicate with the men in our lives. And I think, unfortunately, the conversation that we heard earlier today between the sister and Brother Daniel there showcased where that gap is and not really understanding how we need to be able to communicate. I think a lot of women, they don't understand the power that they have in the family, the impact that they have in the family, and that we have the opportunity to utilize our education and our experience in a career, whatever it is, to then lift our families and our communities up, because subhanAllah, we need it as an ummah. So I think as women, we need to really think and realize that we do matter, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given us an extremely important role, more important than anything the career can ever bring you. And we need to take that leadership role for our families and our communities head on. That's the first thing. And number two, of course, there are going to be situations where, you know, emotions, and there's going to be sisters who suffer abuse, and may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala help us and help those sisters. But that also is a result of the fact that when women are raised up, our boys, our men are lowered, and they're not given the opportunity to get gainful employment, because guess what? If they has to choose between a Muslim man and a woman, the woman's going to get the job, and therefore our men have to be either underemployed, have multiple jobs, and subhanAllah, that affects our families even more. And I think the third thing is when we look about, or when we think about, you know, strategic planning for our ummah, we really need to think about how we go back to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, we go back to the deen, and we actually live the sunnah, because subhanAllah, the sunnah sets you free. As soon as the sisters that I know, and even myself, as soon as we started practicing and saying, you know what, let's put everything else to the side and try to please Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the freedom that you get is unimaginable. So may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala help us, and jazakallah khair for the opportunity.
I mean, yeah.
MashaAllah, very good points. Barakallahu feeki.
Right, so we got Sister Badriya here and Zakaria. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Zakaria, we can't hear you still. Right, Sister Badriya, you want to join in, please?
Okay. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, is it clear? Like absolutely clear?
Very
Yeah?
clear. Perfect.
You can hear me properly? Okay, good. Alhamdulillah. Okay, so my question was about so basically the male and female interaction, and how sometimes people blow it out of proportion and they kind of go to extremes, and like it's like like we can't interact with each other, which I think is a bit like problematic because we are an ummah and we have to work together and we have to like we can benefit each other and we can support each other in faith, and like we're supposed to grow together and help each other and support each other without the intention of it always being like there always being a motive of like trying to marry each other, or you know, like even though that's a good intention, still it's still good intention to want to get married and to seek to get married and that stuff. It's still fine. It's good. It's halal as long as it's done in the best way and as long as it's in like it may be in a public setting and everything. But like I think when I speak to some women and they say to me like there is no need to speak to men, like why do you need to speak to men, da, da, da. And I'm just saying, look, they are my brothers in Islam and they also need benefit in terms of like the deen as well. Like we can benefit each other. Like I'm a teacher to them and they are a teacher to me. Like we learn from each other. It doesn't have to be like everything to do with it's always to do like there's always so much to do with like, oh, he's a man, I'm a woman, all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, just like let's just benefit each other in terms of the deen, and there's more to offer in terms of a woman. Like you with the most important thing I have to offer is my deen. That's the only thing.
Like what brothers are benefiting
like,
from what? Like just
meaning
mixing with
like
the opposite sex?
in this kind of yes, like right now we're in the chat, we're all talking, we're having a like good. This is unity. I would call this like the ummah like connecting basically as we are supposed to, because it's a normal environment, meaning it's not a world just of men. There's women and men in this world and we have to be realistic. We have to interact with each other and benefit the society in the way that the ummah needs basically. However,
interacting
like
in the
whatever gaps we
chat
need
or
to
online
fill.
is not the same as interacting in person in an environment. So is that what you mean? Like even in person, in public, men and women should just mix and interact?
No, not for no reason. Basically, there has to be a reason. Meaning, right now everyone's interacting fine, perfectly. We're all having a civil, good, beneficial conversation on the live chat, which is good, and we should promote this kind of conversation because it's not crossing the line. Like we're all talking about the deen and we're learning together. But like I just mean like it's if I wanted to, like, for example, salam a man, for example, is that such a big deal? Like, why does it have to be such a big deal? Like, he's my brother before anything else. Do you know what I mean? I feel like sometimes
why do you need to do
women
that?
are a bit too much.
Why? I mean, what's the problem with not doing that? I don't need to,
but like.
So then what? What's the benefit of it?
Okay, yes. What's the benefit? The benefit is that
casual chat or like for teaching. I don't know. Can you be more specific? What do you mean by having conversation with each other?
For example, like right now we are in this live chat and everything. We all greet each other. We say "Assalamu alaikum," how are you? Hope you're well. All that stuff. It's normal, isn't it? Yeah. Right.
But that's not the purpose of this.
You're supposed to be asking a question and for us to respond. We're not trying to have a casual conversation with you.
Yeah, it's not a coffee chat or over a coffee, having a chat over a coffee or something like that. Because, you know, that's a thing. The Islamic scholars, our scholars, were wise, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam also, with regards to gender mixing and all that, there's a huge underlying problem if that goes unchecked. That's how it starts. That's how the shaitan initiates everything. You see what I mean? Oh, we are just friends. You see?
Yeah.
That's how everything starts. No one is saying not to have conversation with your brothers and sisters, like the way we are doing now. When there's a purpose, you see, when it's for ilm. But when you're saying we should have just like free mixing and just talking without
not like that.
Never know anybody's intention. We cannot know anyone's intention. You see, when a man asks you out for coffee, yes, his intention is not just to give you coffee. Trust me. All right. So there's a lot of, the shaitan. The Prophet ﷺ said not even to be together when it's only
alone. Yes.
Yeah, alone. Not forget about talking. Not even to be alone in the same
even
room,
in public.
because
Like,
the third person is a shaitan.
Look, even in public, like them. Let me
Even in
tell you a
public.
very
Yeah.
common story. Okay, you have some of these more liberal masajid that they will have, or these more liberal Islamic schools, they will have men and women having beneficial discussions about ilm and just chatting and interacting, and they'll all be married, by the way, because they're adults, and inevitably, the brother catches the sister's eye, or vice versa. They start joking, they start flirting. Oh, maybe we can go get a cup of coffee after we're finished with our dars in the masjid or in the halaqah. And then they go out and they're married, by the way, and then it leads to zina. And they destroy their lives, they destroy their marriage. And this is don't think that unfortunately, Muslims are not immune to this, and that's because of human nature, and that's why Islam puts these strict rules on gender interaction. In fact, MuslimSkeptic.com, we're having an article that's going to be published this coming week that goes into all of the narrations from the Sahaba, from the Prophet ﷺ, from the Quran, all of the evidence on this topic of gender mixing and the harms of it and the danger of it, because unfortunately, these rules have been kind of liberalized and softened, and it's leading to a lot of haram. And we have to be realistic, as the brothers are mentioning, about the reality of men's biology and women's biology as well. This is not something that we can say, oh, well, let's just be mature and adults about it. No. Biology is going to have this kind of impact, and it leads to great harm.
One of the most sacred places are the masajid. Even in the masajid, we are supposed to segregate, let alone other places. If the Prophet ﷺ did not allow in the most sacred place where we are supposed to worship Allah, yes? Can you imagine the gravity of other places? Okay, Jazakallah khair, sister. Any other questions?
That's true. Okay. I had a point, but it's okay. Thank you, everyone. Jazakallah khair.
Okay.
Take care.
Sister Rabia, you need to unmute yourself.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you very much for having me on. My English is bad, so I hope you can bear with me.
Alhamdulillah, we can hear you.
Okay, so I just wanted to speak about the topic of hijab, because I think this is something that is, of course, a ni'mah from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And I think it's very important that we do speak about this, because a lot of women don't wear the hijab and struggle with it. And we need to have, I just want some advice actually from you on how to how to get this how do you call it? Okay, I just want your advice on how to handle this, because I think it's a very big problem for me, because I was wearing hijab for a very long time. Actually, I was in a full niqab actually, but I was feeling like I was very having very much trouble in the country that I was living in. I was oppressed not only by non-Muslims but also by Muslims themselves. So, and this caused me to have like a breakdown actually. And in the end, yeah, I know it's. So I just want you to say something, please.
Words of encouragement, inshallah.
There was a breakdown because of wearing hijab or
no,
niqab?
it's not about. No, of course not, because I would really want to go back to that, of course, but I'm having trouble like figuring out from how to get to that point again, that I am satisfied with my hijab and don't worry about my environment.
Which country you said?
I'm from the Netherlands, from Holland. So this is where I live. And now they have banned the niqab actually, just like they did in France. And it's not only like the rules in the country, but it's mostly the people around you. That's the biggest problem, because I had a lot of problems. I have got thrown out of public transportation. I had a lot of problems, people spitting on me. I was pregnant with my daughter, and someone hit me in the stomach.
Oh, subhanAllah.
So I had a lot of trouble, alhamdulillah. But at the same time, I have to mention, I was feeling very happy wearing my hijab. I was very satisfied because I felt like close to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And I was feeling more free than I was ever in my whole life without hijab. So this is not the problem. It's not, that's not the issue.
So, this reminds me of the hadith of Anas bin Malik, where he says the Prophet ﷺ said, "A time of patience will come to people in which adhering to one's religion is like holding on to a hot coal." This is exactly the hadith that comes to mind. It's not easy. I think the sisters have it really hard compared to us men, because wearing a hijab is quite visible and it's an identity of a Muslimah. So those Islamophobes will definitely target the sisters more than the brothers.
I felt like everything that happened around me was projected onto me. So because I was like sticking out from everyone else. So everything that went wrong around me was like always projected on me, because I was like a clear, like Muslimah, and everyone could see it from the outside. So, and that was not the only problem, of course, why I took off my hijab. But it started with taking off my niqab, and then it was like I went back to work, and yeah, because I couldn't work in this country. You're not like, if you go somewhere, you want to have a job, they're not going to take you because of the niqab, of course, and they want to shake your hand, and they want to like, so it was very difficult for me. So when I took off my niqab, I went back to work, and then it was like step by step, it went all the way back to not wearing the hijab. And I think it's because of this feminine, of this feminist women around us. I think they are very encouraging, to a lot of young women to not wear it. It's not that I was listening to them, but you feel like you just get pulled towards these things because you feel like more empowered, because they want to they stick up for women when they are feeling weak, and that's more, I think, the problem than like wanting to go into these things, of feminism, because that's not what I want. Of course, I want the satisfaction of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, not of these people around me.
Yeah, may Allah make it easy for your sister.
Allahumma ameen.
Yeah, it's very difficult.
Yeah, I didn't want to speak about myself or my problem, but I just want to point this out because I think a lot of women are dealing with these problems.
Yeah, this is something that Muslim men really need to step up. But, it's, again, it takes two to tango. I think the best protection that women can have is being married and having big families, being part of a big family. The whole point of, or one of the main benefits of having a stable, strong family is this idea of protection. And if you have your family to protect you, then people are not going to be able to bother you or harass you. And I'm not saying that you don't have a big family, or I'm not saying that you're to be.
No, I do, but they are very different in their way of living. So they have they don't think it's necessary to wear this. They don't think, of course, they want to see you with hijab, but not do not overreact. Do not over how do you. They just think it's too extreme to wear this, to wear that. They think you have to keep it simple. And alhamdulillah, they're Muslims. I mean, they're practicing Muslims. It's not like they're like not Muslims, but they have a different point of view, I think.
Yeah,
So
this is the
that's the
nature of
problem
secular. This is the nature of secular countries, is that they slowly secularize their populations and force assimilation. So
yeah, it's from a young age that I mean, I'm not 15 anymore, so I've seen a lot of things around me also, and I think that our fitra is from a young age being corrupted by the people around us, by the schools, by everything around us. And I think our fitra is being like broken down bit by bit from a young age, because we are told to stick up for ourselves, like fight for your rights, speak out, don't be exactly the opposite of what Islam is teaching us. Be humble, have patience. So I think that's a problem too.
you said that you are married, or you're not married?
No, I'm not married, not anymore.
Are you trying to get married again?
Well, I would like to be married, inshallah, for the sake of Allah, because I know it's the right thing, but it's very hard because I was married to a practicing man, alhamdulillah, may Allah help him and guide him. But not everything is as it seems. So that's all I have to say about that.
Okay, may Allah bless you and protect you and find
Ameen.
you and provide you with a good Muslim
Ameen.
husband to
For all
protect
the
you.
Muslims, inshallah.
Ameen. Okay, Jazakallah khair, sister. May Allah make it easy for you and for everyone.
Yeah, it's very hard to hear, that
It is,
our
yeah.
sisters are facing these kinds of pressures, but this is, why we need to have strong Muslim families. And we need patriarchy. We need, you have some of these feminists who are telling Muslim women, no, be independent. No, you don't need no man. You can be by yourself, blah, blah, blah. And they are discouraging Muslim women from getting married and being in that kind of situation. So it's going to harm both brothers and sisters. It's going to harm the Muslim community as a whole.
Allah Mustaan. Okay, I'm going to just add last few guests very quickly with their brief questions or comments on the stream, starting with Mustafa, Brother Mustafa. Can you make your question relevant to the topic and brief to the point, please?
Yes, Assalamu alaikum. First of all, I just want to first say that last time you censored me, Brother Mansur, and it wasn't.
It's no point talking to you again, giving you opportunity after all of that, and you start complaining. Brother Abu Zain, assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum. How are you guys doing?
Alhamdulillah.
Good. Yeah, my question is quick. How would you advise somebody who has a feminist wife who refuses to wear hijab and these type of things? Would you advise them to divorce, or what would you tell them?
That's a very difficult situation. If you have a feminist wife, I would make a lot of dua, and really it's a bad situation. But see if you can get her influenced. Well, first of all, make sure that she is not being influenced by feminist friends. So if her social circle is full of feminists, then you should prevent her. Find creative ways to prevent her from going to those friends, because they're going to turn her against you. Okay, so this is a very common story. And just any man who is married, make sure that your wife is not going around with feminist friends, okay? Because that's going to eventually come back to haunt you. That's advice number one. Advice number two, try to put her in contact with better sisters, more practicing sisters, influence her in a positive way. Go, encourage her to socialize with better sisters, because people are influenced by their environment. And maybe you'll have to move to a different city, move to a different neighborhood, different masjid community, so that she will be positively influenced. That's really the 90% of it is just having the right kind of environment and the right kind of friends to influence her in a positive way. And hopefully things won't devolve to be worse than that, but it's very dangerous to have a feminist wife. Like, your marriage is in danger, and I'm not exaggerating when I say that.
Thanks.
Okay, Jazakallah khairan, brother. Thanks for coming along. Assalamu alaikum. Now, last but not least, brother Uncle Batti. Assalamu alaikum.
Don't call him uncle. He
You
doesn't
might
like
have to
it.
change your name to Uncle Batti.
Brother Batti.
Assalamualaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Let's have some smiles. Mr. Uncle Bhatti is around.
Alhamdulillah.
It has been long stream, and I've heard so many sisters. Thank you, sisters, for coming along. When I was chatting around in the text out there, I was hoping, where are the female representatives? Where are the females? And when the guests line open, the females come. And subhanallah, I understand this was a mixture of all. But first of all, sorry about that, going into that direction. Personal assalamu alaikum to Brother Daniel.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Brother, I am one of those old uncles who are just new to online systems. Okay, and I have known you first time through this stream. And I cannot find anything wrong at all you have said or incorrect. MashaAllah and Jazakallah. There was a sister who was trying to, the sister, I can't remember her name, who came over with a very innocent voice, with a very different type of brain, was trying to manipulate a lot of stuff. And please do not be deflated by these type of statements. Dawa Wise and Brother Mansur, and you guys done so beautiful so far. Understand, everyone have their opinion on live streams. Everybody has some sort of comments, but we are not here to intimidate anybody or insult anybody. Brother, I saw Brother Daniel, you were a bit affected with that woman's statement. And please take care of yourself. And the lady who came last, my heart goes out for her. My sister, not just one sister, so many millions of sisters, my daughters, my mothers, they go out in the community, they are a symbol of religion and faith, and they are protecting the deen when they are practicing in that way. And that makes them target straight away as well. Not in the so-called Muslim, majority Muslim countries. It becomes very vital in societies where we are in minority, that we really upheld our morals, our deen. Especially the lady, Brother Daniel was talking to you about the hijab and was trying to justify it's not important. It becomes very important in a majority non-Muslim state when you have to deflect who you are. Otherwise, every man will approach you and will say, hello, how you going? You want to have a cup of coffee? But I will wear my niqab or hijab. The man who's coming towards me will respect me for that. Majority of them, they do. Majority of them, they do respect. They will be careful for approaching you even. How it's beautiful for a woman to be respected in a way. For example, I see the girls are wearing proper hijab when they are working in McDonald's. When we reach to the drive-through, we respect them. We will not engage with any false type of conversation with those sisters or daughters. So it is very important in minority places that we're supposed to have our these symbols. So we are protected from those sort of abusive remarks sometimes. But sometimes we are a target of abuse, but this is called jihad. My sisters, they are doing real jihad. My heart goes out for them. especially it is very important in countries like where I come from, where you guys are all sitting. It is vital to know that the respect goes out for those people who are upholding their morals. It's very important. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
You're welcome, Uncle. Very wise words, mashallah. Barakallah feek.
Barakallahu feek, barakallahu feek, jazakallah khair for giving us those reminders, mashallah.
Jazakallah khair. All right, I think we have come to an end of our stream.
Apologies, Ust Daniel, it's been a long stream. Didn't expect a large number of guests will be waiting to come into Q&A, but I just allowed today because I think it was quite interesting just to see different perspectives where they're coming along, because it's nice to see where the other perspective comes from, and if we were to then deconstruct them, that will be beneficial for everyone. I mean, that's the whole idea of these streams, to deconstruct the otherisms in terms of understanding. If we don't understand their mindset, then of course we will fail to address the issue. And the whole idea is to comprehensively unpack the issue from the root as well as to the branches. And alhamdulillah, I think, if I'm not mistaken, we have covered a lot of angles in dealing with this subject and the peripheral subject that associated with it. So jazakallah khair once again for coming along and imparting this beneficial knowledge and experience that you have and advice that you've given. Hopefully this will benefit our viewers, inshallah.
And I also want to say jazakallah khair for having me on for this topic. It's not a easy topic, and it's very controversial, and I really commend you for being brave enough and confident enough to address this topic on your stream. So may Allah reward you, and please forgive me if I said anything wrong or offended you in any way, but I really appreciate the work that you're doing and the dawah that you're doing, mashallah.
Barakallah feek. Yeah, no, it was indeed a pleasure to have you on board. And I think this is the kind of topics that we have been neglecting. And by neglecting it, the problem doesn't get any better, it gets worse. So you need to address these situations, which I think many Muslims actually just kind of avoid out of it being controversial, or not take on board the problems that our community and our sisters are facing, unfortunately. And what happens is, when we don't address it, they go and they ask questions to people, the other people who might be the enemies, who might be the feminists themselves. And then they try to, brainwash them and then take them away from the deen. And many brothers and many sisters, unfortunately, have lost their faith because of the issue that we are not addressing. We are not addressing the elephant in the room, unfortunately. And that's what happens. We lose people. And on the day of judgment, we don't want to stand in front of Allah and say we did nothing. Yes, as Muslims, we should cater for both our brothers and our sisters. And you see, the mothers are basically the first, their lap is basically the first school. Yes. So when this young woman her questions go unanswered, and she gets married, yes, and she becomes kind of sort of not abiding by the revelation of Allah or by the Sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ, then you can imagine how the children will become. Yes, and it's you're letting down entire generations by not addressing. So really, really appreciate from the bottom of my heart, like Brother Daniel, mashallah, is on the forefront of addressing these controversial topics, which many people, kind of sugarcoat, try to avoid it, and he doesn't do that. And that's the reason we want to see brothers who are in the forefront. And inshallah, this is part 1. In the next stream, we are going to have a part 2 on feminism, and we are going to have some ustadas, some sisters who are also in the forefront fighting this. So so people don't say we are just what's the word, mansplaining here. That's the kind of accusations we get from the feminists. So inshallah, the brothers and sisters, in the du'at, inshallah, we work together to promote this brothers and sisters who are in the front line, and giving the da'wah. So Jazakallah khair, Brother Daniel. Inshallah, hope to see you on other programs, on other streams, other controversial topics.
If you don't mind, if any concluding remarks on this issue, inshallah, will be beneficial, even if it's brief.
No, nothing to say other than Allah protects all of us, protect our families, protect the ummah from these false ideologies, and may Allah give us the kind of knowledge and faith that we can be successful in the dunya and the akhirah. Ameen ya Rabb.
آمين آمين. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت وأستغفرك وأتوب إليك. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.